Team SRG versus Aurora Gaming. They actually met each other at the group stage, and SRG won them 2-0, actually, surprisingly. And before that, let's get back to our history of the Game of the Future. Let's take a look at the beautiful video.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana. For the next several days, Astana will be one of the most exciting sporting events of the year. But this isn't a regular sports tournament. The Games of the Future bring together
Matilda, Rafaela. And I don't know how much of that is going to be different here in this third place match, but the bans already look pretty standard from what we've seen. The Atlas going out, Paquito there, Freya, pretty much a red side staple. And I think the main question is, do you go ahead and just grab the Hirara for Uni? I think that's one of the main things they'll be contending, or trading it out for the Barretts.
Yeah. Barretts, I believe I watched some of the players and they feel the same way as I feel like. Of course, you pick up Melissa, Hirara, those are the biggest, I would say, heroes of the patch, but it definitely is Barretts that will take #1 place when it comes to like what most OP hero, and because of how much impact there could be with this hero with the Barretts, a lot of players feel confident that it is indeed the strongest hero we have in a meta game right now. We're about to see it if it will be picked up again. Aurora Gaming, they like playing the Eudora, but they also like to play Tienzi's hero, like maybe Rosa's hero, third pick, or even into that more later into after. Okay, is this Barretts or Hirara? I
think they're gonna go Hirara. I think they're gonna go. I wonder what the audience fan of. Are they Aurora Gaming? Are they SRG fans? Because yesterday everybody in the audience had their, the signs on their phones and everything else, and it was good to see. I know there's a lot of ONIC fans waiting to see if ONIC can be a repeat champion here, but as we wait for this next pickup that'll tell us what's going to be traded out. Is it the Barretts? Hirara can work. Both are good, and both kind of start your composition off great, especially on blue side, and it's going to be neither, man. It's the Melissa, the other hero that has been rising once again in priority, although it's been picked the most. It's worth the trade. You give the Barretts over, and probably, I don't know, what, the Belric? Hirara? Belric?
Yeah. Both can work. Both are good, but I think they will go Hirara because they want to reach this Melissa. And Tienzi with any kind of hero is already really good. And if you give him an OP hero, he's gonna make it work for sure. Especially with the help of the Barretts as well. If you add those two factors, then it's a no-brainer to pick up the Hirara this time for Aurora Gaming or SRG. I think the next thing you'll do is get maybe Nolan and then get the Uranus. I feel like is
that's
the
what I was
other
thinking.
option here. Yeah,
just grab the Uranus. I almost half expected. I guess that's why they decided to go ahead and trade. It was like, well, the Melissa, because there definitely could have been a trade instead where Aurora Gaming picked up a Uranus, because that seems to be more of an answer when the Melissa is there. They like to go ahead and build in that, pick up that XP lane for the Uranus pick. But Barretts, like you mentioned, probably the most impact, I would say, hero right now. Whoa, it's going to be a Fanny instead for Uni. But like you mentioned, instead of the Nolan, it's Fanny, and then the Uranus goes over. It makes sense. But yeah, do you think the Fanny, is that a good pick for Uni right now?
Yeah, all things considered, yes. My brain defaulted into thinking that Fanny was automatically banned, but it isn't. And that meant that this time for SRG, they're going to get a strong hero in a way that it can make a lot of outplays. It's like, it's a strong hero when used properly, is what I'm trying to say. Right, so still not the easiest to pilot. Aurora Gaming, though, a great response is the Matilda. Typically, when you're facing against the Fanny, you would look for any kind of lockdown, right? Some teams we don't really need a lot of the Fanny. If we can sustain ourselves, then it also works against the Fanny, because all of a sudden you're not controlling the Fanny, but the Fanny is not taking down anyone. So you're gonna be safe. So yeah, I do understand why this is the solution now for Aurora Gaming.
I mean, when the Fanny was popped up one time, we saw the Kufra be the choice to deal with it. But I think the Matilda obviously just works better with this, especially when you have a Barretts already there. and just already a mobile enough hero in the Hirara that, you know, if you have a guiding wind, then that's great. Good ban here, because I expected Rafaela to be picked up by SRG if it, you know, if it was let free, because that seems to be also the typical response, right? There's a Matilda over here. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves a Rafaela. We had this whole debate yesterday, or I shouldn't say debate. We had a discussion, man. You know, it was about the utility provided by the Rafaela, like how she can speed up her whole team in comparison to where like Matilda, you basically can guiding win one person. You know what I mean? So it's like we kind of saw that in action a lot. Where now this this Rafaela, I think, is going to be the immediate answer to a Matilda. So gold lane ban coming out, that Moskov. Now we have to question what is going in the gold lane. We got hey, they're going opposite of each other. The sweeps, one for Aurora, one for SRG.
Beside each other as well. I think they've been watching ever since, right? I think I kind of recognize that they probably have since day one, so that's pretty cool. For Aurora, you're gonna be looking. Okay, they immediately go Brody. Good answer to the Melissa, and also good answer to the Fanny. So it checks both boxes. Another option might be the Moskov, which I would have said. However, it is gonna struggle against the early comp of SRG. So the Brody makes total sense here. You now have to look for your burst from your mage if you're SRG. So I wonder if this is Novaria plus a stun. Maybe Novaria and Cho, maybe?
Novaria Cho.
Yeah.
Novaria has also just kind of risen ever since her little buff that she's gotten recently. The Cho has been banned out quite a bit though, so it's open. We'll see if that goes in the hands of Yums. Would work. You can also scout, scout out if you do grab that Novaria with that Astral. Whoa, okay. No Astral Echo. It's going to be a diversion with this Louis Yi. And then the Minotaur. Wow. So they got two dudes.
Yep, they get the condition that they need. Two tanky dudes with the Melissa. I am partial about this Louis because it is easy to dive with the Matilda and with the Hirara. And it does not necessarily solve the Brody problem, but it solves the Barrett's problem, because now if you're fronting so much with the Barretts, you allow for the Louis to just dish out damage from the backside with the duality
procs,
duality procs through the dispersion. And the Eudora is just a good way to clean this up. Aurora Gaming, they have drafted a very standard draft. I feel like safe, very strong in the metagame, whereas SRG, this global lineup that they have, it does have a lot of potential to go with it. I'm just scared that this might be such a greedy lineup for SRG. Greedy in a way that it needs a lot to farm.
Well, some final words here from the coaches, of course. Coach Midnight, Coach Arcadia on the opposite ends here with the teams. I would definitely say it's one of those cases, man, where I am also questioning what is the meta, because with what SRG brought to the table, very just specific to them. And I think the play style they want to take to a game one, and I'm all for it. Again, I like that there is some of this flavor being thrown around with our current drafts, with our pickings, and I'm all for it. But let's see if that kind of uniqueness ends up working against, yes, a more standard lineup that we've seen before, especially from Aurora Gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump into the land of Dawn here. It's game one of our third place deciding match between Selangor Red Giants and Aurora Gaming. Wolf, let's take a quick look at the emblems.
I would say pretty standard. They're not seeing anything so different in here. Inspire and Wilderness Blessing for Stormies are pretty standard. And
wow.
Yep, nothing really out of the ordinary for both teams.
Some really good dodges there from Rosa, by the way. A little sidestep here and there. Able to down again. The Eudora has also, it's so funny how Eudora was just picked and picked and picked until she kind of slowly fell down, and like you mentioned, that Eudora, whoa, there is burst on Uni.
Oh, so much damage out there.
Did he just show up there and want to fight Tienzi, or?
I don't know. Frankly, Naisu, I lagged a little bit. I was blurred from his. I didn't see the start of it at the end of it. But here they want to contest this purple buff take. That's just Pagu. And that's going to be enough for SRG. They will actually use Cram to Zona Pagu, dropping that Matilda down to 50% HP. But that's a Matilda, so topping up once again is not going to be a problem.
Hey, you know what? We'll just happen to Uni too, you know? just leave it at that. But yeah, that's an early death you don't want to take, especially on a Fanny. Again, most of the times when the Fannies are brought up, we know that if you struggle early on or you get behind, you kind of default into this instead of looking for like you're pushing the map elsewhere. Looks like he might try to make an attempt on TNZ now.
I do want to dive TNZ. Oh, so much damage coming out from Uni. Oh. And then dodges Lunar too. Lunar could not go for any sort of exchange, and Aurora Gaming just snoozed for a little bit. They already lost one of their heroes up top. That's TNZ down for the count. Turtle being started by SRG. Right now, Uni back in action to collect it. That's how fast the Fanny can travel around the map. 3-man stun coming out from Aurora Gaming. Not from Rosa, but SRG will be safe. They get out there.
Okay, not too bad, not too bad. You know, Uni getting revenge there. Able to go ahead and take out TNZ. That's fine. Innocent now. Oh, Innocent, you're in trouble.
Innocent is in trouble. Go away, already used, but the damage from Rosa is too much. Innocent actually keeps himself alive. The heal coming up from Victor is enough. No one Fury, not hit, but the secondary stun will. In comes Uni once again, but TNZ is not the best target now for SRG. And if I'm seeing this correctly, I can see that TNZ actually has a lot more EXP compared to the Fanny. I'm not sure, so sure. I'll have to look at that later. So it kind of means that TNZ is not too far away from SRG even after the death up top.
Yeah, I can't believe no one died in that fight. It was a great use of the ultimate from the Melissa there. Innocent dropping down the go away from me. Knew that they had a diversion. This is one of the things we saw in the past couple days here for Games of the Future, where the gold laners, if they're picking these kind of traditional marksmen, let's say even aside from the Melissa, right, because she's got that ultimate, but before she has the ultimate, you see so much pressure put into that lane to try to like convert a kill early on, delay them as much as possible. This is even to Emon last night. But then eventually, you know, if you have a diversion to bring the team there quickly, all the better. And this is also why we saw, I believe, the Luyi banned out a couple times too, because teams just didn't want to give that to the opponent.
Yeah. It's those heroes that will always be a problem, like no matter what, because you're always like looking over your shoulders, technically speaking. Here, for the side of SRG, they really have to control this Lord, this upcoming turtle. You don't want to give a lot more mileage for Aurora Gaming. To be fair, Aurora Gaming are positioning themselves well. Look at how fast the Barretts can move with the Matilda. From top now to mid now, going to be the turtle. They saw Cram. TNZ pokes the turtle this time. Pagu scouts them out. It's a slow take. In comes the Melissa into the fray. Want to go for Cram this time, committing some of their spells and abilities, but not much commitment. Models defend of Aurora for a little bit. They go for the patience coming up from Aurora. They do get the retribution, but the kill coming up from the Melissa. Oh, the circling eagle is not that on point, as Yumis is very tanky. Two tanky dudes protecting this Melissa, allowing for Melissa to get a kill in exchange for the turtle.
Okay, TNZ is going to get out of there. That was a turtle that they had to fight for. Just couldn't find the opening. And yeah, I would say, you know, this is kind of the case. Whoa, hold on.
Hold on, Rosa? They still want to go. They'll be able to get out. Pagu is just so good with the Matilda, man.
That's what Matilda does. You think a fight is about to break out, and it's just, you know, it's a feint. It's not actually going to happen just because they can just disengage. Guiding well, nice stun there, but this is Cram on the Uranus. He'll tank that up. Oh,
they do go for the play up top. Uni is down. Just like that. Very simple for SRG to be able, for Aurora Gaming to be able to take out the Fanny. And it seems like, yeah, Lunar is enough, and they get more as Yumis is taken out. They're not respecting the damage of Aurora Gaming.
Hey man, every single time I see a Brody tear apart some memories, you gotta walk away from it, you know? Like, it's the cool way to do it. Stormy's gonna be in trouble. Oh, Circling Eagle.
Circling Eagle, they go in. It's gonna be enough for now, but that is just for them to shoo away the members of SRG as they were taking the objective anyways. Great take coming out from Aurora Gaming. will be able to push into the bottom lane. And in the middle, they put their they place their influence once again in here.
Cool.
Oh, look at this! They're just farming up top. The Brody with the Matilda again. Oh my goodness! There's so much that Pago is doing.
You can just rotate as quickly as you need to. I mean, I guess in a way for SRG, at least you're on flying clouds. A lot of these early on, you know, you'll be back up, you just join the fight, but I think they're getting to this point where they're falling behind. Daytona's welcome.
Daytona's welcome for the entry, but the counter from the backline, snow stuns, Humes is out. And the problem they have with this Uranus is that although it's very tanky, it doesn't really threaten for any stun, so there's no bridge from SRG. They still want to take this turtle fight. Torn apart memory hurts. In comes Uni and wants to take out Pago, but Pago, that's not a good target. It's the Matilda. In fact, Aurora Gaming are returning in kind. They do take the turtle and they actually fend off Uni. The Aurora Gaming siege composition is now online. 5-man unit in the middle. Juara with a dodge. And they will also escape the Minoan Fury. And there's a 4-man stun coming out from Sigibu. More electrifying damage coming out from both this Eudora as well as this Brody. The double electric composition coming out from Aurora Gaming. It's too much to handle.
Is that what Brody has? Does he have electricity in those marks?
I think so.
You know, he's got the, I don't know what it is, arcane energy or whatever it is, but it definitely hurts. And that's a kill that's easy to get for them. Off the stun, ball stun.
Oh, Lunar again. They do have the damage. Flicker committed. That's going to be enough. Lunar bid his time down the bottom lane. Understood where the Fanny could be. Game sense as well as game IQ from Lunar is top of the line for sure.
That's why I said, man, you can't give Lunar the Barretts. Oh, he's going to take some damage here, though, but he's got enough shields and he can just Guiding Wind out of this, but I think it's a bait. They're going to force the Flicker anyway. There's a heal from Humes, but look at this. Lunar just knows. He's so safe to be able to just say, I can play at less than half health. I can just fly. Like, I can evolve whatever this dinosaur is, I can then get wings because I have a Matilda in the hands of Pago.
I just like how Aurora Gaming are so good with it. Most especially the way they're utilizing the Matilda. It allows for the Barretts to get into the fight, the Brody to get into the farm. And whenever they press the attack, you know that they can be aggressive because there will be the Matilda to heal them up anyways. So they're always incentivized to make an aggressive play against SRG. And not only are they doing that, they're also making the right. They're reading the map like crazy. And now Uni wants to poke TNZ. Look at that. All the damage that Uni was able to deal, it's the Matilda with just one skill 2. And they're topped up.
Okay. Topped up. Lord is up. Rory got control of it. As you can see, this is what I was saying with the problem with Fanny, man. If you get behind like this, you default to just being in the opposite lane to get some push, because that's all about you can do. So Lord is secured. Aurora Gaming gets that secured. They're going to be looking for another kill. You're not going to be able to survive this as Cram tries to get away. He does pop the Consecrate, but TNZ will pick up that one, and they're going to take this tier 2 turret down as well.
Amazing siege coming out from Aurora Gaming. SRG seems like they can't do anything right now. Holy Shields to be popped with just 1 minion up top, so good setup coming out from Aurora Gaming. And they will try to push TNZ going into the backlines just to poke, just to force some reactions. Reactions are there coming out from SRG as Innocent dips himself into that fight. They do defend, and they will only lose about 30% HP on their turret up top. But Aurora Gaming are relentless. They want to try in the mid. Do have the Lord. TNZ, look at that. How brave TNZ is. Forcing reactions again from SRG. No more Holy Shields. Out of the backlines. No. Great initiation from Innocent. Catching the Brody. They take out one. That's an immediate takedown. SRG finding the Brody. The heals coming up from Pago wasn't enough. And it will be Innocent to collect the kill. All the while that's happening, Uni is going to be there. Look at this. The diversion play. I really want to find out how they took out the Brody, but I guess it's just a duality stack. And for some reason, they take out one kill. Uni, now Lunar in trouble. Overstaying in front of SRG. Cram pops the recalls, but you gotta be careful. TNZ on the backlines. Yums receives the damage. Damage from Melissa, though. They're returning in kind, SRG. TNZ still wants to fight.
No
in comes
way.
Pagu with the Circle Eagle. They stun Stormy, but there's no follow-up just yet. They're quite slow. They want to go for another kill. They eventually take out Yums with the damage coming in from TNC. 3 versus 3. But the damage of torn apart memory, poking them down. TNC wants to collect the kill, but he won't be able to do so. Cram overstayed, and now he's able to with a Sky Piercer. Skiggy Boom is gonna take the turn, and they want to go for more up top, and they're not stopping. Nice to Aurora Gaming. Is way too good at it.
Wolf, the fight started in the base, it went down to the mid lane, and then ended in the base of SRG. And that was probably one of the longest continued fights we've seen in MLBB. I mean, my goodness, is that, again, the power of the Matilda, and also we got to throw in some flying clouds there too, right? Give it up to the flying clouds to bring everybody back into the fight that quick. But it all resulted into some base turrets going down for SRG. I still have to commend what they were able to do, how they found Siggy Bum and actually were able to defend in the base and try to turn the tide. That might have been the best opportunity that they had to make something happen. Unfortunately, it didn't, but they did start to get at least a little bit of gold in their pockets. Now, picks up a major defensive item, gets the Wind of Nature at least, and what we're seeing here is Aurora Gaming is moving around TNZ. TNZ has these stacks here, and they just kind of whittle down the member of the SRG and then want him to go ahead and finish it up with that stack, that Sky Piercer that he had. So Siggy Bum's going to go ahead and start up the It Spawns In. I'm wondering, the Selangor Red Giants actually want to contest this?
Well, Stout getting taken out by Aurora Gaming quickly. Already utilizing the models this time. No ultimate commitment just yet. Luna wants to go in. TNZ is here. They want to poke. Not even poke. They're threatening for a lethal. Now up against her. The no Luna goes in, but the damage coming up from Rosa. Go away, stopping 2. It's not going to be enough. The Juara will be able to get the kill. TNZ onto the backline. Still, they're finding dead for now. Does pop the immortality with Uri going in. Damage coming out from Stormy will not be enough as they get away from danger zone, and the kill onto Innocent is enough for Aurora Gaming to retreat and get to the Lord this time.
So they retreat. That was really good juggling happening there. Uni was able to go ahead and at least get TNZ low enough, but he bought the immortality. That procced. He was able to get it out with a guiding wind. Then he picked up a Winter Crown too. He hasn't used the Winter Crown, so he still has that, and he maintains that Sky Piercer that he has. But there is starting to show that it's getting a little bit harder to just kind of force into these fights. They have to rely on Lunar to get the Daytona or the stuns from Rosa, and that's one of the major things. Now that they've got the Lord, though, and there's only one base turret for SRG, this is going to be another case of, can they pull off this defense? Can they make something happen? Whoa, cram! Whoa!
Is not gonna survive. The Sky Piercer from TNZ makes quick work now. They will use the Daytona's welcome for another tank hero. That's Yums. Will not survive long. Siggy Boom feels confident. The turn of our memory is gonna be enough because there are no tank heroes anymore for SRG. They're not taking the base, and Innocent with it. They want to go for a clean wipe, but it won't matter. Game 1 goes for Aurora Gaming.
What a clinic put on by Aurora Gaming, and especially TNZ here with the Hirana. Again, 10 kills, I think, and it looks like, you know, they're happy about it. Rosa checking the eye there. You know, I think
Gelo, thank you. Ini 1054 orang yang nonton. Thank you bro. sorry ya, ini seada-ada ini. Anjing 1000 orang coba masuk rumah sini, gimana, muat gak guys? Gak muat, Cak. Kapasitas 6 orang doang ini. Cek. Makan guys. Aurora aku dito. Sabar bang. Mangan dulu aja, mangan.
And you not only amplify one hero, you amplify so much. How peeling through that? How are you going through the skin of Aurora Gaming is what I'm gonna ask. But if they do get to the late game, SRG are scary.
Well, let's see. It's again, I have to say this is like the same thing as game one. SRG brings something flavorful to the game, but they're facing match point here for Aurora Gaming. I don't know if that flavor is gonna be good enough. Oh, nice flicker. Oh, they get one with return. So Lunar pops his. He's fine. Again, battle spell usually in this first minute or two is kind of what we expect to go down. Not too many first bloods unless, you know, there's a crazy setup with an assassin jungler like we saw from the previous game. But with that being said, we know how this can work. Stormy on the arrows, if he's landing them, think about the combination that can come through with that. Getting the arrows and setting it up for your Benang there. Oh. Okay.
Yeah,
looks like he was just chilling there. He wanted to get that gold card too.
Yeah.
I think he'll grab that. But okay, going back to that, the arrows that you have to follow through on it, the only thing I don't like about this Lina, because we each happened to the Maestro Moreno yesterday, where it's like, yes, you can land these arrows, but if you're not, eventually in a certain part of the game, it's going to fall off here. Rosa burns the flicker too. He'll be able to go back, heal back up, but this turtle's coming up. So I think that's one of the main things, is making sure that that damage pro, your magic damage, doesn't fall off. But hell, if you get all full stacks, you're good.
Yeah. That's what you're trying to look for right now. Fast speed of Cram will actually lose one or a few minions up top because of them staying in here. They're waiting for Uni to be available.
Go for it.
They're gonna go for it. Look at the initial there, but don't know follow up. Figure out Yumes doesn't have the ultimate. Cram now lifts up one. They do follow it up with a stun.
Oh.
They do have the chain, and Bagu goes down. By the way, Selena and Edith, this is a combo from a long time.
That's what I was getting to, you know, the thing of arrows, tossing people with the onward, Earth Shatter combo. Like, there's so many multiple SRG can combo. I'm just surprised again they really couldn't find the art to go ahead and contest the turtle on it too. Aurora easily able to narrow though.
And moving forward there, Batissim as well as some of the heals will make it that SRG will not be moving forward again. It's an even game for now. Going in favor of but the turtle into Aurora Gaming. Cram it. Knockup is there. He wants to chase. They do have the Rafaela speed up this Baman. What they're doing, flicker in, coming down Lunar. Cram is gonna be safe for a flicker. Cram will actually lose some of the minions again up top. He's not farming well, this Edith. Whereas for Aurora Gaming, they're taking this top lane turret.
Just want to take a moment to appreciate this new Ballman skin, by the way. This is part of the new Titan lineup. One of the first times that I've been seeing it. I know it just came out recently, so it's good to see. Ballman's there. Nice flicker burn. There's an arrow.
Oh, they go away, and they do have the stun to Yumes. They have so much firepower. 4 people just to invade. And they don't care. They can group up as 4. This is the way that they are going to protect this Claude. Take away the attention from SRG so that it will be a pure 1v1 in the bottom lane where Sigiboom can outplay his opponent. They're going to be very happy about this kind of configuration for Aurora Gaming because now you're getting much mileage out of the as well as the Balmond. The early is the meta game. And it feels like the top teams are why that is the case.
And right now, there's an objective for a buff. It's going to be another turtle. Second one going to the hands of Aurora Gaming. Uni was able to go ahead and take the purple, but see, a play potentially looking to unfold here. They might pay attention now to this gold lane now that they're going to rotate down here. With that speed, Conceal is going to be used. I want to answer this. This might just be a disengage just because both teams see each other and they're like, nope, we're good. We don't want to overcommit just yet. Aurora Gaming did this in the last one. In game 1, they kept it relatively even across the board until sudden they flipped a switch and then they just took things under control. I feel like that's where things are going even food right now. For Selangor Red Giants, this is again why we were wondering, you know, how do you utilize this kind of lineup that you brought to the table? You're playing around arrows and walls right now, essentially. Cram has been pretty much delayed. I mean, he's tried if the flicker is up, if it's available, maybe something can, but right now it's just kind of a farming game for them. Oh no. Speaking of,
wow. what a damage! Of course, the lethal counter which will be an execution no matter how tanky you are. The flicker from Cram wasted. And now they still want to go for this buff. Uni stunned up and Uni dead! Look at this kill squad coming up from Aurora Gaming. Oh.
You primal wrath out of that. You just get dunked on with a lethal encounter.
Yeah.
Cram was gone in an instant, it felt like. And there's a big problem with this Ballman and the rest of Aurora Gaming right now. TNZ, what a difference, you know, of hero from going from the Hirara now to the Ballman, where you're basically spinning to win, shredding down some of that armor. And imagine, Wolf, we haven't even seen Siggy Boom utilized yet. He's just been doing his thing. Exactly. Being in the gold lane, having the gold lane experience, sometimes double laning if you can. You know, we know that Claude needs some time to go ahead and build up that power spike, hit the 3 items. Hell, the rest of Aurora Gaming has completely allowed that to happen here.
For sure. They do want to get a chain stun onto Pagu, but Pagu just stands there. Very tanky. Aurora Gaming will not be contested in this turtle take there. Look, did you see how much damage the lethal counter with the retribution can do?
I saw. It's very lethal, as they would say. You know,
is that like 4% HP that he's able to get?
Turtle didn't stand a chance, man. Turtle didn't stand a chance. I don't know. Maybe the Lord will do better because TNZ right now, there's going to be more Ballmans popping up in your ranked games. I'm sure after this, just like the Mias. Now everybody, now that we've seen Hanabi and Mia in games of the future, people are like, it's, you know, it's all viable. Oh, purple buff.
Purple buff. You mistaken again. This purple buff is officially Aurora Gaming's. It's no longer Unis. It's no longer SRG. SRG right now, 70% of the map is Aurora Gaming's territory, and they're just trespassing. TNZ feels very confident, pops the retribution, forces some reactions right there. And when Uni puts himself into the purple buff of Aurora Gaming, he's not going to be able to find anything. Like, SRG are now fighting for scraps, essentially.
Yeah.
Against what Aurora is giving them.
It's one of the tough things to see. Again, oh, maybe there's a lockdown. Finally, we actually locked down TNZ. They had to stop the Ballman, and they do just that.
The taunt, as well as the Wrath of the Dryad, taking out Stormy, and that will actually result into an Aurora Gaming push in the middle. They do have another stun on Yume's in trouble. Yume's low, Yume's out. Gonna go for a change here, Pagu, but now the Innocent. Innocent does have Purify.
Oh, from the back.
Oh, from the back it comes Uni to take out Rosa. Really well done coming out from the Assassin, but all that just to fend off the attack from Aurora Gaming, who's now leading by 5,000 gold.
They got 5,000 gold up. Lord's going to be up here shortly. They are going to take this. Rosa will be up in 10. But here's, I guess, the caveat for SRG and everybody looking to see this go another game. At least you go ahead, Uni gets a couple kills, right? Starts to go ahead. I believe he has a Sky Piercer. If we could take a look, yeah, he's got one. Oh, they want to force this fight anyway.
They want to force this fight. Indeed, Lunar down. Damage from Innocent is enough. Cram is the sacrifice. But if that means that your gold laner will be able to take one and your jungler onto the orange side or the other side of the map, I think that's going to be worth it for Cram, but they do need a lot more like this.
Yeah, like I said, it was a little caveat. It was a little opening that SRG is going for. Now just starting to get locked in. He's got his Trinity. You know, Uni's a bit more of a threat. The difficult part is, again, looking for that either swing from the back, that opening that we've seen from Uni now a couple times. And honestly, the biggest person to do that is, if it's not an arrow, it's got to be Yume's here on the Bedang. And that's why I was saying, you know, this is a hero. He loves to, they got to make it happen here.
Yeah, the stun connects out of the backlines. Rosa is low, but that is Rafaela to be able to heal up. As long as there's no elimination from SRG, no quick takedown of a hero, Aurora Gaming will be able to heal up. It's 10 minutes now. And for the longest time, SRG are just struggling. They're looking for the farm, and they're sharing some resources here. They are famished here, SRG. But if they hang on for a few more minutes, maybe there will be a time where the natural gold gained by their heroes through the defenses as well as the ambient gold that you get, maybe that's going to be enough for them to get the items that they need to team fight against Aurora Gaming. It's all going to be a matter of can they get to that. Let's see. It's Aurora Gaming pushing down here in the bottom lane. They do get it. And they're taking away some green camps from SRG.
Yep. It looks like they were happy with that, you know? Like, go grab some turrets. They didn't necessarily have the Lord lined up probably the way that they wanted to, just with the way the SRG kind of fought with them, but that's fine. I think Aurora Gaming, again, maintained lead. Getting two tier 2 turrets are fine. Now you're 50 seconds away from the next order. You're also going to go ahead and continue to keep them famished for SRG. But SRG, despite this all, Wolf, hasn't done a terrible job, right? I mean, they've kept things relatively, I would say, within a 2,000 to 3,000 gold range. Hasn't gotten out of control. I mean, the last game we saw, at one point it was almost 8,000 gold ahead. And that starts to be in the territory of, okay, this is really difficult for us to turn this fight around. Whereas now, as long as Innocent is protected and Uni is able to weave into these fights, you can win a team fight with this composition that SRG has. That's one of the main things. And now Wounded Nature is available here for Innocent. So that is going to be crucial to go ahead and deal when Siggyboom comes in with that blazing duet here, of course. So this is an opportunity now for SRG to make something happen.
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's like they're within arm's reach at least. It's a long arm, but at the same time, there is a way for them. It's not impossible. Doesn't look impossible for them to get there. But when it comes to zone number gaming, gonna be very tricky now. They do go for the conceal this time, but there is not much initiation yet. Uni comes in the fight, already pops one iframe. Pagu is low, but it will be enough to zone out SRG to the point where they will get the Lord. There will be one kill. Jump it from Run. It's not gonna be enough as they get dunked on. In comes the blazing duet. Yups is compromised. Yups is down. So is Stormy, and so is Innocent. The triple for Siggyboom has been quietly farming. Now activated. Now showing what
Uni.
he is worth.
I don't know what Uni wanted to do, and it looks like Uni on 2. He tries. He does dodge a lethal encounter, but he goes down anyway. Wolf, this might be it.
This might be it. This is how they fall. SRG with the triple coming up from Siggyboom. The placement coming up from Aurora, the early game lineup, the Balmond with the Rafaela. They will take the 3rd place match.
And Aurora Gaming does it in a sweep. I didn't expect to break.
GG Aurora. Gimana guys? GG Aurora and ya SRG ya. Mahal banget itu. Masih cair itu, juara 4 juga masih cair itu. Gak ada yang mau ngobrol lagi sih. Sekarang facecam nih. Apa kalian males kalau facecam? Lagi minta buktinya sih dia beda dalam facecam itu. Dia nggak bisa buktiin kayaknya. Akhirnya dia tuh yang teriak malu aturan awal, teriak-teriak malah kalah tim favoritnya, nggak mau. Jangan gitu Bang Adam ya. Adam Hawa, waduh Adam Hawa sepaket beliau. Akhirnya dia itu yang teriak-teriak dan malu aturan awal yang teriak. Apa nih Bang Adam? Bang Adam ngomongin siapa ini Bang Adam nih? Kita nggak masuk nih. Siapkan 9 terbaik kalian guys, ONIC dan BTR. Udahlah. Itu juara 3 guys ya. Jadi habis ini kita baru ke matchnya ONIC BTR guys, Grand Final. Jadi tahun ini pasti piala Gotf itu ke Indonesia guys. Tapi nggak tahu punya siapa nih, punya ONIC atau punya BTR nih guys ya. Jangan lupa di vote lu guys ya. Like di vote, thank you guys. Balas-balasin chat kalian aja pengennya tuh, biar kita tuh jadi berbeda gitu. Karena kan udah banyak ya KOL yang balas apa, yang facecam terus jawabin langsung gitu. Kita pengen nyoba deh balas-balasin komennya di komen lagi gitu guys. Juara 3 nih dapat duitnya berapa ya guys ya? Juara 3 ini dapat duitnya juara 3 $108.000 USD ya. USD guys, bukan dolar Singapura guys, USD. 1,9 M kalau dirupiahin guys. Gelo cair aja. Ini juara 3 loh guys. Bayangin juara 1 guys. Orang ketiknya belum bisa ngirim bukti apa-apa nih guys. Dia bilang tadi ya. Kita ngikutin maunya dia nih. Kita jangan AFK guys. Gue jadi kesel guys ya, sorry ya. Apakah sikut-sikutannya seperti ini guys? Ternyata sikut-sikutannya seperti ini guys. Halo. ONIC kapan? Elmira Andre. Habis ini. Kalau di jadwal sih jam 8 ya, tapi ini kan udah beres, harusnya udah lebih cepet sih. Tapi nggak tahu ya. Mudah-mudahan on time sih. Atau mudah-mudahan lebih cepet sih, biar cepet beres. Besok gawe itu guys. Welcome ya, jangan lupa like guys ya. Nih moderator yang kemarin minta facecam ya, ini kita udah facecam. Kalian kemana nih kambingnya? Orang-orang nih guys, bang facecam mana? Ini udah facecam, kalian nggak komen, ngapain? Merah ONIC kilometer bentar lagi udah mulai ya. Oke, thank you bang Ariananda Mukti aja. Bisa baca gua bang. Ariananda Mukti Darbuka. Oke, thank you bang ya. Yang belum like bantu like ya. Thank you guys. Kita sampai 1000 views kita guys. Anjir. Speechless ini lihatnya guys. Bisa gitu. Ada apa kah? Aja. Sergei versus Aurora, siapa yang win? Aurora 2-0. Aurora 2-0. Gameplaynya juga kayak jauh banget sih tadi tuh. Gak jauh banget sih, cuman kelihatan gitu loh. Si Aurora ini lebih bisa ngebaca gerakan si SRG-nya. Iya gak sih guys? Kita sotoy aja sih kita. Thank you Bang Ariananda, weh. Gawe dia guys. Gawe kah? Langsung saja mode kah? Ini moderator kita nggak pada gawe guys. Kemana moderator kita nih? Astagfirullah. Gak ada yang gawe. Gak ada yang gawe. Thank you ya Bang Ari ya. Ini calon kandidat moderator lagi kah? Biasanya nentuin moderator tuh dari yang loyal sama yang suka balas-balasin guys. Sama yang suka nertibin, bantu-bantuin itu thank you loh. Ini ya moderator yang kepilih itu kemarin tuh sering banget, rajin banget, sekarang hilang semua aja. Oh no, ini orang-orang ini guys.
Meow.
Guys, nggak akan ada yang absen dari kota mana gitu loh guys. Biar kita ngobrol lah. Ini mic-nya masuk kan suaranya kan? Halo, ada tuh masuk. Jadi suara musiknya. Ya welcome, thank you ya yang udah mampir sini guys, yang nonton sini. Kalau mau balik lagi sih nanti silahkan guys ya. Atau mau tanya-tanya, mau ngobrol-ngobrol boleh guys. Silakan langsung saja tanyakan guys. Roni Ayunan. Roni Ayunan. ONIC ID Tayong anu Kairi ya. Oke. Oh, you from Philippines, right? Welcome Roni Ayunan. welcome ya Bang ya. Welcome bro. I'm sorry if I wrong for spelling your name. Oh, so for reading your name. Ini kagak ada yang mau komen apa ya? Jadi kita lagi nyari siapa ya? Sebentar lagi. ONIC guys, ONIC. Ayo siapkan cemilan terbaik kalian guys. Ini ONIC waktu menang 2-0 lawan SRG kemarin. Sampai final ya. Gila, 39.000 views, thank you guys. Kalian kemarin nonton Eman main Mia gak guys? Gokil aja. Nonton Eman main Mia gak kemarin guys? Aurora win. Yes. Fake kedut. Aurora win. Yes, fake kedut. Kenapa namanya segitu bang? Welcome by the way ya. Welcome. Oh, 40.000. Thank you guys. Anjay. Ini tertinggi sih sejauh ini guys channel ini. Oh 35 kali 35.000 guys. Itu pun shorts guys, bukan live guys ya. Thank you guys. kemarin nih PTR Aurora waktu apa namanya Mia Eman turun gunung ini guys di game ketiga guys. Mau nanya ONIC lah main dulu. Oh udah main dulu maksudnya gitu ya? Belum bang. Di jadwalnya sih 19.55 sampai jam 8 ya. Bentar ya. Harusnya habis ini, bentar lagi nih. Bentar lagi main ini. Sabar Bang Dendi ya, dilihat dulu bentar. Mana ini ya? Di jadwalnya sih jam 20.00 jam 8 guys, 7 menitan lagi ya. Yang mau ngopi dulu ya, silahkan santai-santai aja dulu. Tadi game match bronze matchnya menang mana bang? Menang Aurora. Tembusin 50k views yuk guys. Yuk bisa yuk 50k views yuk. Tembus kah setengah 50.000 guys. Tembus kah 50.000 gue bagi-bagi apa ya? 50.000 views apa ya? Tapi akses belum pernah cair masalahnya guys. Ntar kita cair akses nyobain lah ya. Bagi apa ya? Mulai nih, laptop kita ini udah mulai agak delay nih guys. Lo menyala abangku. Anjing, cair kayak ini malam Senin ini. Thank you guys ya yang udah nonton di sini guys. Buat kalian yang udah nonton di sini, yang udah lewat mampir sini guys ya. Semoga rezeki kalian lancar terus, sehat selalu ya guys, dimurahkan rezekinya, gaji selalu besar ya guys ya. Thank you guys. Lihat timnya nih guys, tim di balik layarnya guys. Zack Boy. Halo bang, welcome Zack Boy. Zack Boy apa Zack Boy bacanya bang? Kasih tahu ya cara bacanya ya. Ayo siapkan cemilan terbaik kalian guys, sebentar lagi ONIC mulai. Gelo 4.200 vote, mahal guys. Tapi like-nya kemana ini guys? Aduh, ini like-nya tipis-tipis banget ini. Tembuskah 50k views guys? Akankah? Tunggu aja kali ya. Ini tim backstage-nya keren banget ya. Lihat. Anjing ya stand up kita kayak gitu ya. Kapan ya kita punya tim sebanyak itu, guys? Pengen banget coba kita cari orang buat kerja sama kita gitu guys di channel ini. Gimana ya caranya ya? Biar kayak Raja Arab gitu loh guys. Dia sukses nggak sendirian, coy, bantu-bantu bawa orang juga itu. Keren banget ya. Gelo ini. Tembusin kah 50k views. Anjir, cair. Biar nggak copyright ya, takutnya nanti ada lagu-lagu dari itunya guys, dari iklannya guys. Kita lagi ngedit ini, coba lagi ngedit thumbnail ini. Bentar. Kita lagi ngedit thumbnail ini guys. Tambah lebih banyak foto ini ya. Screenshot dulu. Alamat coba lihat live ONIC. Boleh tuh ke Bangler. Santi Susanti. Ah, ini dia guys yang kita tunggu-tunggu guys ya. ONIC BTR guys ya. Ada apa tuh di Bangler tuh? Kita mau nge-rank dulu nggak? Nge-rank dulu kali ya? Takut menang guys. Takut menang guys. Guru. Oh, lagi mabar no. Bangler lagi mabar VIP nih kayaknya no. Lagi gratis mabar Bangler no. Oke. Roster sudah di-announce. Sudah saatnya masuk. Ayo siapkan 9 terbaik kalian guys. Demi memperlancar kalian menonton guys. Ini gak ada yang mau promo-promo nih. Penonton ramai ini. Ini Saweria udah ada itu. Saweria, Sosiabas. Kalian gak ada yang mau promosiin UMKM kalian guys di UMKM ini. Welcome ya yang baru gabung ya. Bantu-bantu like ya guys ya. Mau mulai nih. Sebelum mulai guys. Kita dengerin musik aja dulu ya. Cianjur hadir bang, welcome Asus Silawati. Gelo, welcome bang. Bantu like ya. Kalau ini views tertinggi kita sejauh ini guys. Kita nyampe 44.000 guys. Kapan mulai? Abis ini lagi ini dulu bang. Lagi biasalah embel-embel. Oh ini kapan mainnya ini? Bentar lagi. lagi embel-embel opening dulu lah. Soalnya kan grand final, masa iya nggak mewah guys. Nanti gengsi dong. Masa GOTF hadiahnya ratusan ribu dolar, opening grand finalnya masa biasa aja. Gak mungkin. Kan ini lagi disiapin, santai aja dulu kalian guys. Kalian tinggal nonton doang juga guys. Udah lah, biarin panitia ngurus lah. Mending kalian tanya yang lain gitu loh, bang, kira-kira menang siapa nih bang, prediknya gimana, kan lebih enak gitu loh guys. Kapan mulai? Masih aja pertanyaan kapan mulai ini. Astagfirullah. Kapan mulai, bentar lagi nih. No, lihat kan ini lagi opening no. Kok nge-lag? Belum. Yang nge-lag refresh dikit ya. Tadi agak turun tuh. Harusnya udah aman sih. Oh, ini opening grand finale guys. Wajar kalau lama guys. This is the last day of GOTF guys, of MLBB ya, sorry. GOTF MLBB ini last day-nya guys. Di sini siapa ya? Di sini ditentukan. Gimana kabarnya bang? Gelo, welcome DML. Baik bang. Sehat selalu. All in siapa bang? All in ONIC gitu guys. Tapi gue pengen BTR Vitality yang menang. Kenapa? Biar nanti di MPL ID itu makin panas gitu guys. Jadi nanti di MPL tuh lebih ger lagi gitu. Berarti kan ini terbukti BTR lagi konsisten gitu loh. Pengennya BTR sih guys, tapi all in ONIC. Astagfirullah. pengen BTR yang menang tapi all innya ONIC guys. ONIC juara. Nah ini akankah jadi balas dendam guys? Pembalasan rematch MPL Grand Finals ini. Rematch MPL ID Season 17 Grand Finale. Anjay. Gelo. Nih Kiboy. Aduh. Gua kayak lagi ngaca gini guys. Anjay, udah mirip belum guys? Lihat Kiboy. Gua sama Kiboy nih. Sabar Gotf, ini gue lagi mau nyandingin muka gue sama Kiboy ini. Bentar ya. Lihat Kiboy kayak gini kan. Anjir. Bedanya gue agak hitam aja guys. Bukan agak, guanya hitam aja. Kalian pernah gak ngerasain ada di panggung GOTF nih? Gue di samping Eman guys. Lihat. Oh, gue di atas Eman. Ya kita di sini aja lah. Kita nempel stiker di sini guys. Gila 46.000 views, thank you guys ya. 4.000 lagi yuk, bisa yuk. Akankah tembus 50k views kah hari ini? Kita bagi-bagi apa ya? 50k views gak? Yes, guys ya. Saran dong. Nanti lah ya, kalau nantilah kita lihat dulu budget dari ininya, dari AdSense-nya guys. Kita belum pernah cair ini AdSense sumpah guys. Ayo bantuin yuk. Bantu lagi guys ya. Mana moderator ini yang kemarin minta facecam? Kalian giliran kita facecam kalian gak ada. Emang ngerjain doang ini orang ini guys. ONIC menang 3-0 Padu Rafael. Yakinkah? All in-nya ONIC, tapi pengen BTR menang, gimana tuh guys konsepnya guys? Bisa kayak gitu nggak? Raka Herdava welcome ya, bantu like ya. Gue nih kayak Spaldi gitu loh guys, kayak R7 guys. Yang views nontonnya 9.900 guys. Penonton serentak itu kayak Reja Arab guys, juta berapa tuh? Terakhir 2.100.000 ya peak concurrent viewsnya. Risa ONIC Bang Rizal Bang Rizal Riki. Katanya ONIC deh guys. RRQ dah. RRQ nggak diajak, nggak ada RRQ-nya. 46.500 views, gila, welcome guys. Thank you banget ini guys. Tembus kah 50k views guys? Berapa kira-kira skornya bang menurut abang? Gue pengennya 3-2 guys. Kenapa? Bukan karena Indo, tapi karena pengen lihat gameplaynya tuh keluar semua gitu, strateginya. Pengen ngorek-ngorek strategi aja kayak kemarin. Tiba-tiba Eman pick Mia. Game ketiga lu dukung siapa bang? Siapa ya? Jujur pengen BTR yang menang, tapi ke ONIC tetap ONIC kayaknya. Soalnya kenapa kemarin di EWC aja ONIC itu masih bisa konsisten sampai top 3 guys. BTR Vitality ke 5 ke 8 baru di sini nih dia sampai Grand Final nih. 5-8 doang kemarin finishnya BTR. Jadi kalau pengen skornya 3-2 guys, biar strateginya keluar semua. Tiba-tiba pengen ngelihat Argus pernah muncul guys di kompe. Gue belum pernah lihat Argus muncul di kompe guys. Semoga ONIC menang. Fakih Naufal Haula. Amin ya. Tapi please BTR do the best. Come on, Hero is God. We with you. Kenapa semenjak Hero is God masuk sana kita kayak ini BTR kuat nih guys, kuat banget ini. Nah ini Guat Sans guys ya. Kalau kalian gimana guys? Kalian dukung siapa guys? Kalian predik skornya berapa guys? Oh gini, mending predik MVP guys. Gimana predik MVP guys? Karena kan kalau udah Grand Final yang dicari MVP final guys. Bisa gitu. Nah, udah mulai nih.
Would like to see also a different champion for games of the future, because if ONIC gets it again, they got it in a sweep last time against Aurora Gaming, but now I don't think we see the sweep here. I think this is at least, you know, I hope at least we get the 4 games come through. Maybe we get the full 5-game series. If we don't, just please not a sweep. But Bigetron by Vitality gonna be on that blue side, man. I think this is where we start to see the standard stuff, more of the standard stuff, and the kind of traditional trades going on. I think we might even see a contest for Selena come through, where they might give 1 game to Moreno, honestly, to get the Selena, because I think some teams are starting to really figure that out too.
Yeah, and I guess the thing that you have to consider here for BTR is what is their priority. Are they more focused on the Eman hero? Because there was a time where they do prioritize Eman's hero, but it felt like yesterday they can actually put it, lower priority with Mia, especially in a matchup where Kelred Eman is gonna be at the same stage. It's the gold standard versus the gold standard stopper, so that will be an interesting match to say the least. When you said that Eman used to be a raider, one of his rivals back then was Keldra when he was playing for Omega back then. So there's a long history between these two. So do you prioritize Eman, or do you deprioritize Eman now so that you make sure that the gold lane to gold lane matchup is in your favor? So that's a question that I would love to see BTR navigate around.
I guess I'll answer that right now. I think you don't have to really prioritize either of the gold laners unless the Melissa's open. And if the Melissa's open, it's most likely going to go to the hands of Eman. That's kind of what we've seen in the draft patterns, but at the same time, both gold laners, Terra and Eman, who know each other very well. Like, again, they're the ones who have been bringing up these more unique picks too, these more unique heroes that can work. So I think you just kind of let that be there, let that be the case. You prioritize elsewhere. And I think the biggest priority with these two teams, obviously between Kyrie and Nile, you want to go ahead and lock in your jungler, of course, which is the Hirata trade. That's where we're going to go here, unless it's, of course, banned in this last red side ban, because you could just grab it for Nile. Same thing, man. Fanny. Both of them like to play the Fanny. So I think this might be, again, one of those things where maybe a Fanny comes up. I mean, by the way, again, over the course, every single time we've seen ONIC play, there has been a ton of ONIC fans out there. So, and I think everybody's really happy too, by the way, to see Kyrie up on the interviews with our boys up there, Heidi and Ilias, because he spoke great great English, man. I mean, I think a lot of people, they're like, dang, Kyrie's English has improved so much.
Yeah, and I
There's
guess
the
it's
vitalities.
also all right. The what they're called the
I don't know. I just said the vitality. The robots, the red robots.
the robots. Yeah, I thought they. That's why I was okay. The vitalities. Well, okay.
I saw vitality and I'm like, the vitality.
Anyways, Kyrie with his confidence, great in English, good-looking guy, perfect. Come on, like
Whoa,
one of the best junglers out there. Here's the thing. I went live earlier today, and here's a this is a legit story. I went live earlier around 2 p.m. and you know that. You saw me, right? You saw me go live.
Bacain komen dulu dah.
Carl
Nanti pas
TZ,
in game-nya kita baru biarin
popped
caster
in my chat. I asked
bahasa
him,
Inggrisnya bang.
who is the best jungler right now? And he said, Kyrie.
Jawabannya juara saja jangan
Oh,
mereka.
man. Without a doubt.
Pasti
Yes.
Indo ini yang menang.
And that came from
is
the
from the
GOAT.
GOAT.
Jawaban yang juara
That came from
pasti
the GOAT.
GOAT.
Orang kenapa dia?
Oh man, you know
Fanny
what?
lepas. Fanny lepas kan?
I have to agree, man.
Fanny lepas kayaknya nggak akan.
I agree with everything you pointed out. You know, basically perfect, right? But let's see, he's gonna get the Hirata, the first try at it.
Prediksi
So
bang,
this is.
Onik berapa? Onik
I
lawan
think
BTR
every single time
32
that,
sih kalau
that
kita
hero
pengen.
pops up
Kenapa?
now,
Karena
we've
biar
all just know,
strateginya keluar
okay,
semua.
Sky Piercer,
Kita
Hirata.
pengen hero-hero
Game
aneh
one
bermunculan
plan
lagi
for the
guys. Kayak
opposing
kemarin
team.
Mia itu
Don't
keren banget
let
itu.
them
Eman.
get stacked, especially
Terus
fully
bagaimana
stacked
bisa
on the
di-
Sky Piercer,
Bro.
because it literally seems unfair, man. If a
Kenapa kamu
Hirata is
menyimpang ke
fully
sana?
stacked,
Situ
I
Suheva.
don't know. It just feels unfair the way that happens. You know, so the answer
Gitu bang kita tunggu. Nah itu tuh
seems
udah
to be
apa
the
tuh bagus
Fanny.
tuh.
Grab a
Bang,
Fanny.
diambil tuh.
You get a power pick over here too for
Kalau Onik
Shogun.
makin keras
You grab
kepala, kalau
yourself
Onik
some
juara ya
barracks.
jangan gitulah.
Get some decent Paquito
Yalah.
damage. I didn't know if they were gonna flex that, by the way, until the Fanny came through, because I was thinking, okay, is Paquito possibly
Iya nih,
going
perlu
to the jungle like
translate,
we've
oke,
seen
gue
him?
translate
You know, or is he
guys.
gonna go in the gold lane possibly?
Jadi
But now
ini
we
gold lane mau apa katanya tuh? Nih, di Freddy udah ke gold lane. Gold lane kira-kira
Okay, with,
oh salah, ternyata
I
Uranus
was
dulu
actually
guys.
surprised that Onyx let go of the Barrets, but at the same time, the Beric is also a good hero, and they pair it up with this.
Kayak lawan-lawanan
So
ya.
there's not much lockdown for Onyx. Whereas for BTR, you already have the Paquito Barrett, so this is like two schools of just
Oh.
meta picks. You see the
BTR
Paquito, the
sudah
Barretts combined
sudah
together.
mempunyai
Now it's with a Fanny, which has
sudah memiliki
been
Baras dan
a
Paquito.
development in the
Makanya dia
metagame
ngambil
here in Games of the Future, where
Uranus
the
dan ini
Fanny
buat
now answers the
imbangi.
Aurora. Well, this was
Kayak
also
gitu, guys.
evident in
Ya kali,
MSC,
guys,
the
ya.
last day of MSC, I would say, last 2 days, where the Fanny is now being picked against the
Udah lah,
Aurora.
nonton aja guys,
And that's
dengerin
also
aja
true
guys.
for this
Mouse
time,
coy.
Onyx picking up 2 tanky dudes with the Hirara. So this is like meta versus meta, and we're gonna be slammed by the best heroes that we have
Fanny di pick ya ternyata ya. Masih
in,
berani loh.
available in the meta game.
Hey, get slammed, you know. So, but basically,
Gak semuanya bang,
at
bang
this
Riamel
point,
tuh,
too,
dia
they're
berusaha
gonna go
nyambut
ahead
terus
and
itu.
hone in on these mid lane options for the
Kalau dari
Maestro himself,
fokus-fokus nonton,
Moreno.
fokus nonton
I think,
respect each
you
other
know,
guys.
so far from
Respect
what
each
we've
other,
seen between,
Oh lihat,
of
Sonic pada
course,
nonton guys.
in the mid lane, there's some variety there. Whether it's Sans, whether it's Moreno, the way they want to go ahead and approach this is how do you supplement your assassin junglers the best to your ability. Selena was one of them that most people would think for Moreno. That's why it's banned out. On the flip side, the Ruby is banned out mainly for the potential that Kelra picks it up to put it in the gold lane. You know, because again, if you go and just supplement the Serara to do her thing, maneuver around everyone. We just saw this in the hands of TNZ, by the way, right? Where you get fully stacked and you have these multiple
Kirara, ya
ways
assassin non
of
assassin nih.
kind of
Main
moving
Kairi
around your
depan
tanky
Fanny,
dudes, but
gelo
also
main
your
Kairi
crowd
depan
control.
Fanny gitu guys.
And then your own kind of iframes. That's why it feels so unfair. So,
Welcome benci ya, thank you guys.
I wonder if they'll take out one more. Both of those
Tapi
Rome
kayaknya
options
susah
too,
nggak sih di
the
sini Fanny,
Matilda
guys?
and the Rafaela will be banned
Apa karena
out, though, so that is not going to be
Marcelnya
available
udah di-ban
for
kali ya?
Finn. And Finn has been one of
Rafaela
the better
di-ban.
performing Matilda so far throughout Games of the Future.
Oh, yeah.
Ini kalau sampai Mia
Okay,
muncul di
so
banning face guys. Gak
Going
ngerti
to be
lagi
the
gue.
Ruby as the
Sumpah.
man, probably another, I guess another catch. Gold lane, in
Main
fact,
Fanny depan
maybe
Kairi
high
kali ya maksudnya
or
gitu.
mask
Maksudnya gitu.
of the ban here for BTR. And although Ruby is typically played in the Rome role before, it's now getting played in the EXP as well as the gold lane, more so in the gold lane now, which is also a good hero to pair up with the
Assalamualaikum semua,
Hero.
waalaikumsalam.
So
Safna Kinai.
he has been
Safna
banned
Kinali.
by BTR. So
Aing
instead of doubling
Ribet aja
down
buat
on the
kedengaran
Kelra
batunya.
bans,
Sorry,
they
guys.
just
Sorry ya,
banned
Bang,
the Vexana,
Safna
which is a
Kinali.
hero that
Salah nyebutin
Sans showed us that they can actually play. I think the
Predik aja,
Valentina
predik berapa ya?
is the
Semoga
best pick
namanya.
here for
Yeah.
for Suns, but there is also some
Di sini
merit
ke
of
translate coy,
picking
gimana
up
coy
the
matiin translate-nya?
Lilia, for example, or
Kayak gitu dong Irsat
No, it's not
Bonso.
available.
Astagfirullah.
Selena banned out,
Final
yeah.
juga kayak gitu, pasti ini final ini.
So other than
Ini apa
that,
dulu ya?
well,
Mid
the
dulu kah?
Vexana actually, we were talking about this even a couple days ago,
Kalau
where
mid
it's just
apa?
kind of
Justru
risen
di ban.
in pick
Selena
value,
di ban.
stock value.
Vexana
But
di ban.
Bigetron by Vitality is going to ban that out.
Lilia?
So now, if you are on it, you
Lilia
just
kan?
pick up your mid
Oh,
now.
Louis.
Yeah, they'll do that. Louis Yi. They pick up the Louis Yi.
Main MLB Bang.
Oh.
Ayo, pusering
This was
pusering
banned out a
pusering
couple
yo.
times, but then it was shown in the last series, and there's, you know, that you can't discredit the diversion, man. The
Louis,
diversion,
Ini kiri
little
harusnya.
send
tinggal
your
mid sama
full
gold
team
lane.
if you need to go ahead and
Nggak
back
ada yang
things up
gold lane-nya
or
Pak
ditch
Kito ya?
at the right
Tinggal
time.
mid
This
sama-
can also really control
Rom
the
kan?
Fanny push, right? That's kind of
Yeah.
what we've seen
Aku
before, where
Rom, welcome.
Fanny's just off on the other side of the map doing her own thing. Well, now you can get there faster and
di solo.
potentially
GG di
even
solo kill, Mas.
surprise
Belum anjing, belum mulai.
side lane push from Nile.
Yeah.
Ayo Yusora
Okay.
merukul no.
Fanny, they will round this up with maybe a
Ya,
Farsa
ntar lu, ini
or
nunggu
do
di
they go
sini nih.
Novaria themselves? I think the Novaria is one of the
Ini
answers
tinggal
to
mid
Louis for
sama Rom kan?
from a long time ago, and it I think makes sense here.
Novaria
They do
sama
pick it up, so
Gotf.
then they put in the Gatot
Kira
Kacha
apa yang bisa
afterwards. So
digampangin?
I like how Bigetron
Ini
has
kanan
responded, and
harusnya
then
yang bisa nge-burst
they already
Brody
have 3 good meta hero picks. They close it out with a
Yo,
Gatot
Brody
Kacha, which
atau
is more of a
Claude mungkin?
stabilizer for their lane.
Iya
It's
nggak?
a
Setuju nggak guys kalau
reliable
FMU Brody atau Claude?
response to the Louis because you have a lot of distance that you can cover. In case there will be a diversion, an avatar of the Guardian can be
Rom
there
yang
to
bisa
save
gampang
them. So
dimainin.
it's a really
Rom
good way to
gampang
approach
dimainin apa ya?
this
Hilda
draft
paling.
against
Lari-lari
ONIC. I
doang.
really like the 5 heroes that they built
Busu-busu
now.
doang.
ONIC,
Kuat,
how will they close this
Yang
out?
hebat mah Vitality
They need some
cewek,
sort
belum
of
ada
reach
lawan bro,
and
ingat
some
gitu lah. Ini
sort
juga hebat tuh sampai grand
of
final anjing.
burst.
Eh, Irsat Bonso jangan gitu lah.
And
But
that's
there's the
sambil
reach, the burst.
I was gonna say,
Iya, dia
is this
ngejar
the
ini ya,
reach though?
passingnya
She's
ya,
got like
biar
the
dia tuh
shortest
damage.
range
Oke, oke.
in the game, but I mean,
Untuk draftnya sih
you're
masih
shredding through
imbang ya
it
guys ya,
with the Barrett
sejauh
and
ini.
the Ganakacha, you know. And
Ini
I
draft
think
yang
this
kiri-kiri nih,
week
kiri kanan.
still,
Early-nya.
you're at
Oh,
least
tapi kiri
kind
early
of
banget ya.
protected,
Kanan
you're
late
kind of
game
covered
guys.
here. If
kanan
you
early
need
juga ada
help in
Irara
that
sih.
lane,
Irara
again,
Louis.
that's why that Louis is picked up. It's really strong.
Siapa yang
to
menang
just
bang
go ahead
kira-kira
and,
game pertama? Game
ultimate
pertama
down to
kalau
that
dari
gold
draft.
lane if you need to.
Yeah.
Early-nya
And
kalau
the reason
dapat
why I say
berhasil
there
Vitality
is-
kiri sih. Memang menang.
Alright,
Tapi kalau early-nya
there is no
gagal,
question about
itu
that.
50-50
When it comes to
harusnya ya.
The carry gets
Soalnya di
raised
late
up
game
with so
pun-
much damage in a short period of
Gimana ya,
time.
Pak,
So
itu juga
they got
sakit,
that
coy.
covered already. When I say
Soalnya
that
time
they
build cewek
needed
mah,
that they can get reach out of the carry is that
Gak
you're
gitu
looking
dong
at the heroes
Rani.
that are melee from the side of BTR.
Legends
So it's not
dilepas.
like
Yes,
you have to reach
Legends
too
dilepas ya,
far
bentar ya.
when you're playing this.
Sabar lu guys. Kita nah udah nih.
Already.
Oke,
okay.
enjoy the
Only
match ya guys ya.
problem, though,
Gua off pick
that
dulu
I'm
ya.
gonna say about ONIC, this also pertains to reach, is that there is no legitimate threat to the Novaria. That's why I felt like the Novaria was a good last pick for BTR. I also predicted that it will be the case. If you're looking at this Moreno Novaria, this guy is gonna have the easiest out of all of the people in the lobby right now, because there's not much reach.
Well, let's find out. We're jumping into it. It's game 1 here in this best of 5 grand final. Games of the Future 2026. Will ONIC end up being champions again? Or will Bigetron by Vitality make something happen here? Already in the mid lane, a little bit of action. Of course, poking back and forth. There's only so much that can be done. I feel like early game with the Novaria, but still, no battle spells actually going to be expended just yet.
Pretty chill about it. It'll be curious how ONIC will, how BTR will utilize this lineup that is really front-facing against ONIC. Apart from the Novaria, everybody wants to dive in front of ONIC. And ONIC, they do have 2 tanky dudes, but they only have 1 tool to really hold down BTR, and that is this Wrath of the Dryad, which means that Suns will have a lot of responsibilities with a duality being procced. Granted, the Wrath of the Dryad is a good tool to allow the Suns to continuously proc the duality passive, but it is going to be a difficult task for Suns for sure.
See if he's able to do it. This first turtle's up. Both gold laners going to go ahead and chill in the gold lane while this is just going to be a 4v4. Niall's going to go ahead and grab his buff, but they might just go for this. A little bit of a taunt. Unbreakable on Keyboy. He's got to go ahead and back off, disengage. Alutbi has got the Consecrate. They've got control of this first turtle, so ONIC might be able to secure this. Let's see if they make it happen. Kyrie able to get the Retribution off, but they're going to go for the fight anyway. And Lutfi trying to get away. He's going to get chased down, and they will take him with the Daytona's welcome. Oh, good duality, but here comes Niall to the back line. He's got people lined up, but it's just not enough. And now the diversion going to be used. Already a couple kills for ONIC. They're looking for Niall. And Sands will get him with the double.
No way. No way, Suns did just that. I mean, 2-0-1 for this Louis. Granted, BTR, I think that was a mistake coming out from Shogun. Utilizing the Daytona's welcome and then spitting out the Uranus towards the members of ONIC. I think he wanted to maximize the stun that you get out of it, or maybe he just outright misplaced his spit afterwards. But that to refresh with Lutpi, and of course the Bats is staying in front for a long time means that the duality, dispersion is the damage output of Suns will be just high because you're just constantly throwing away your orbs, and the rotation that you get with the second skill of the Louis. Combine that together, your backlines are getting ricocheted so much that end up just being blown away by Suns, which is literally what happened in there. And then the teleport afterwards, my Louis coming out from Suns, that guy's scary.
I think the Louis is going to just be a pickup that we see more and more, maybe even unless some major changes happen between now and the next tournaments, of course, but it's working out really well, especially when you have the Wrath of the Dryad from the Belric. It just makes things happen. Look at this. They're going for the purple buff. They want to put pressure on Niall's buff, and they'll do just that. Notice too, Kyrie, on the Hirara, he locked in his Fury Hammer. Then he's starting to just go with the Sky Piercer because he wants to start building stacks early on, I believe. And that's all possible. You know, you got an early kill on, you got momentum in your favor. You're 3,000 gold ahead at this point. And now the second turtle is up. Kyrie, go ahead and start this one up. Emon is here though, so now gold laners will be a part of this fight. Everybody rotating down for this objective. Half health on the turtle, unbreakable. Oh, Daytona's welcome, gonna be charged in. Shogun taking quite a bit of damage into the Avatar of the Guardian. Actually, that's quite a bit of damage too as Shogun falls. Niall gets the turtle. He's going to be able to go ahead and do a bit of damage before he gets out, but Bigetron by Vitality might have got the turtle, but they lost two.
I see the vision now for BTR. They will go for the aggressive move on Shogun with the Daytona's welcome that was going to be quickly followed up by the Avatar of the Guardian. Not literally quickly, but it will be layered properly wherein after the Daytona's welcome, you already have that Avatar of the Guardian with extra knockup and taunt afterwards. It's a chain stun between the Barons as well as they cannot catch as they go in bottom lane.
Okay, Keyboy unfortunately going to die there, but it made sense what ONIC wanted to do. They give a kill over, and they didn't overcommit because I thought Kyrie with a couple stacks might have tried to do, but they just kind of pull off there. That turret's almost down. That's one of the main things that ONIC wanted to go ahead and do, give Kelra that advantage. You can already see the advantage building up though too in the jungle, man. Kyrie, again, a couple levels ahead right now of Niall. He's been taking his buffs. He's about to hit that level 10. Continues to do so. Just as he does, he hits level 10. So that gives him, again, an advantage that he can work with into the next turtle. But so far, Niall at least has been able to swing in, do a little bit. Threat like this on Sands, even doing more than a little bit as he takes him out. Good play there. I didn't know if he's that fast, but he does.
Well, with the help of his teammates and, of course, the fact that you have a lot of damage coming out from Moreno, especially if that Astral Echo is already laid up, that allowed for BTR to burst down Suns and shut him down. Has been a problem for them for quite a while now. 6 minutes in, there's a lead that ONIC have already built, and it's 15 seconds before the next turtle. Lutpi already clearing the mid, whereas Keyboy, he wants to position aggressively as well up top. Maybe help his teammate Kelra here push before they prep for the turtle.
Yeah, so they got that push going in. Last turtle of the game is up. Still a couple thousand gold ahead right now is ONIC. Kyrie has control of this turtle. We'll see if they do anything, but Niall's just going to go down to the bot. They're going to trade it for a turret for the turtle. So they go for that diversion views. This is what we were talking about, though. Themselves down towards this bottom side. But that turret will be pushed. So this is about as good as it gets for Bigetron by Vitality right now. Daytona's welcome into the turret. Astral Echo combo. The Avatar, the Guardian will be able to catch him. Even with a revitalized Keyboy falls. The tree down again, but now Nairi's there. They get the duality proc. He wants to get the stack here on Shogun. Does he actually have it? He doesn't. He has to get away. Too much of a threat there under the turret.
See the pressure now being applied by ONIC. And because of that, they have a 2,000 gold lead. But it seems like BTR are not letting up. They're already able to push down the bottom lane. And are about to push up top. Eman is moving really well. Comes to the map movements. Died already twice. But at least makes up for it by split pushing and still gaining a lot of gold. He is, fortunately, behind Kelra, his counterpart. But at least he's making something happen for BTR right now. Doesn't erase the fact that ONIC is leading by 2,000 and they have allowed Kelra with one as they go for it. Kyrie the dodge!
Oh, he tried to dodge. What a play from Niall and able to make a move. Niall trying to get away. A flicker from Sans. They'll recoup it though as they also take down Eman. And that kill went over to Kyrie, so... but he's dead, but the turret did the job there for him.
What a reflect,
Eventually. I'm gonna be pushing in the middle. Great kill of the carry, a great shutdown overall coming out from BTR. 22 seconds before the Lord, they needed to make a play. Unfortunately for Niall, is still trailing behind a lot from his opposition right now. So there's still a lot that needs to be done here by the side of BTR for them to come back to this game. But then again, Keyboy already positioned himself into the so-called new bush.
Ini nih yang harus
Will be
contoh.
spotted out by Finn for now.
Apaan yang harus contoh, Chay?
Lord is up. Let's see some of the focus here. Let's see what ONIC decides to do. They can play the macro just because they have the Louis in tow. Both junglers wanting to grab their purple buffs, getting waited for this Lord fight.
Sepi amat ya caster nih, kita aja casterin, kita lihat dari sini orang-orang.
Up top. Astral Echo being dropped down. They're just going to go for the fight anyway. Kyrie be able to dodge that with the iframe. Niall's going to have to go back to base. So this is an open opportunity for ONIC to go ahead and start up this Lord. Under half health. Shogun gives the information. Finn's going to pop the conceal. They're going to try to delay this so that Niall can get here in time, but it's already gone. Lord secured by ONIC. And now Niall jumping to the backside, looking for a possible kill. He'll find us a pickup there they were looking for, and now Niall again cabling away after the Guardian. Finn trying to grab their attention. Akela takes a shot with the shatter. He's going to back off, but they're going to force the fight anyway. And now it's ONIC trying to get away, but Daytona's welcome to spin him up into the team. And now Keyboy and Luke fall. The front line of ONIC goes down.
Oh, great team fighting coming out from BTR. They have erased the lead that ONIC was able to build, and it didn't matter if ONIC was able to blitz the Lord away from them. Their team fighting was great. And at that time, Kera didn't have the flicker, so he didn't feel that confident to command his team into a fight. And Lutpi as well as Keyboy just overstayed their welcome. And BTR utilizing Shogun again, this time offensively. I feel like for BTR, if they play like this, if they are the ones to jump the gun onto ONIC, there's little to nothing that ONIC can do. Again, their lineup is more of a dive composition, and with the vision that they get from Moreno, they are well informed about what ONIC will want to do. Look at that ultimate catching 4. The Astral Echo finding out what ONIC wanted to do, and that already meant that Niall was able to skitter through and sneak a purple buff.
Oh, wow. Talk about a turnaround so far. Niall able to make something happen here again. Just able to shred through, you know, who you'd think is the tankiest or one of the tankiest, but so far both Lutpi and Keyboy had a really difficult time at some, you know, fronting up on this front side for ONIC. Might have to be in one of those cases where now you lean towards Kelra here if you're ONIC to go ahead. And he should have his power spike. I mean, that Kelra's carry should be online, but it's more so of these fights, the way they're unfolding. They're just kind of getting outplayed by Bigetron by Vitality.
Sure. This makes it really difficult now for ONIC. With the composition that Vitality has, this is very oppressive. You really have to find a way to get to the Navaria, which we said that we'll have a free game essentially in this game, and it has been so. Moreno is 2-0-4. There's not much that can contest him. And then eventually Shogun will be so tanky that he is no longer threatened by the damage of ONIC. Well, always going to be a threat, but you are tanky enough that you expose Kelra for far too long. So there has to be a creative way of ONIC finding an angle to eventually take out BTR. Otherwise, it's going to be easier for BTR to maneuver into the fights. They're already going for the diversion play, but they're not going to find anyone.
Well, we'll find Kyrie's buff anyway. So he's not going to have that. The Lord comes up. Emman will make his way slowly down here. The rest of the team already set up. You can see in this, man. The Star Shatters, even on Loopy, already do a decent chunk of damage to the health bars. Moreno dropping down the Astral Echo. Extra hitboxes being extended here too. Now Keyboy, he's got to be careful because we've already seen him shredded down so quickly on this Belric, especially with a Fanny flying around. Emman spotting the Loopy here. They might try to make a play instead of the Lord. We're in now ONIC on the back front. They got to go ahead. Keyboy, oh man, a quarter of the health.
Yeah. Whew. And Niall is already working on the Lord this time. He's low. But be careful, Kyrie forced to pop one of the iframes. You can see how menacing Emman is right now. Widow is going to be able to burst down the members of ONIC. And then if you pair that up with Moreno's damage output and the constant Astral Echo in the face of ONIC, it's going to be more difficult.
Avatar of the Guardian on the defense already used. ONIC comes in with a diversion. And after that put up by Nile, that wave's going to be managed now. They're going to fight for this Lord, half health on it. Finn charging up the Unbreakable, goes in with a taunt. They're going to come down for Keyboy. They get him out. Kyrie, he's down two. Make it another as Sans is able to pick up Shogun. So far, a big trade across the board. But now Iman and Moreno trying to keep things together while Niles also on the hunt here. He's quite low, but he'll be able to secure the Lord. Bigetron by Vitality comes out with a win.
And all they had to do was to find a man advantage. It was already enough for them to take out the members of ONIC this time again. ONIC just can't position themselves properly. They tried to go for a cheeky diversion play, which was, with all due fairness, ambitious but almost got there. Almost taking out the outplay coming out from Sans to survive against Nael. But that was just for BTR to secure that turret because it will be just the Luyi to defend. It wasn't successful in doing so. Now have lost control of the game as BTR are leading by 3,000, and all it took was for them to punish ONIC when ONIC tried to go for a 5v5 against them.
Let's
see if they can do it here. Lord slowly making its way in the mid and top as well. Daytona's welcome, throwing into the wall, chopping them up, throwing them down. Keyboy gonna pop the Revitalize. They want to hold down this front side. Niles just gonna make his way up top. He wants to take out the base turret as Lord goes down and dealt with, but good response from Kyrie. He won't let it happen. Where are they gonna go? Into the jungle. They're looking to cut things off. They're gonna go right to this one. And now Finn gets taken out. But Emman, is he gonna try to do this? No, he's fully stacked up. He's got to get out of enemy lines. He's waiting patiently. It's only Loopy.
For now, it's not big threat. Information is important. Could be gonna be seeing Emman from there. Good fight coming up from ONIC. Go for the -1, but it's not nearly enough. Niall wants a piece of this purple buff. They're trying to go for the exchange, but it's Kyrie who secures it.
Thanks for the leash, says Kyrie. Basically, yeah, do a little damage with the buff. Finally, Kyrie gets his purple. He's gonna go ahead and grab his orange next. Yeah. Really nothing that they really want to focus on until that Lord comes up in about a minute. But
nyepam si bola-bola ini kena mulu loh dari tadi. 1043 kilo. Thank you guys, 1k views.
Maybe if they kill here. Maybe if they can get a kill, make something happen.
Mau nggak gue casterin guys?
Lord's not gonna be up for 40.
Yeah. It's gonna be a long time for both teams to recover this one. Kyrie going in for the Blade of Despair as his 5th full item in this game. Lutfi actually went for the Sky Guardian helmet, which I wanted to talk about earlier.
Thank you guys.
Which is
Thank you,
interesting
Bang. Amal ya.
because you generally want
Thank you guys. Jangan lupa like-nya guys ya.
resistance
Semoga
rather
rezeki
than
kalian
raw HP as well as regeneration because you have
berkah selalu,
plenty of
sehat
that
selalu ya guys ya
anyways.
buat
But
kalian semua
because of
guys.
because of the amount of poke that BTR is throwing at him, he feels like, okay, maybe during long team fights, during Lord dances, maybe I can get out of the fight region up by myself, then try to fight another day. But now in comes the Lord, spawned at 17 minutes. ONIC will defend their bottom lane. A little bit of long lane setup out there coming out from Lutfi. Diversion gonna be used. And BTR just...
They would go for Shogun.
Nice bang.
Stacks! And now he's taken out. You're gonna go and dissipate. Kelra's got the room to work with here, but no! Nail goes in! Moreno will cap out the kill even with a wind of nature. So BTR turns it around to fall. They're gonna be looking for more. They're chasing down Kyrie. Moreno might be able to get a shot. Niall's gonna go ahead and join in. Cable's not gonna connect on that one. That's not where he wanted, but he gets Lutfi anyway. BTR will win that fight. And it was one that ONIC started for Shogun. Niall jumping in, he takes out Keyboy like cutting down a tree. And now it's only Kyrie to watch the base turret down. He's got to try to dodge, but he can't. They get wiped out. And BTR will take game one.
Ente ONIC GG BTR.
Both teams getting what they want.
Gelo 1071 yang nonton, welcome guys. Terima kasih guys yang udah mampir di sini guys ya, yang udah nonton di sini bantu like ya guys ya. Semoga rezeki kalian keganti sama besar. Sehat selalu, berkah selalu buat hidup kalian guys. Anjing. Gue juga bingung ini 1000 orang yang nonton gue ngomong apa anjing. Nah, jadi kali gue enter ya gitu dong Bang Siti. Si Bang Siti ini kenapa ini guys? Tapi itu kan bener kan? Kalau early-nya ngeganyang terus BTR itu game cepet tadi harusnya guys. Bentar guys. Kembalikan Skylar kami. Gue tiba-tiba Skylar. Kelas bang, top beranda gue ketik MPL live wes. Thank you bang Dexmi. Blood bodas. Semoga ONIC kalah. Kenapa doanya begitu kambing ini guys? Ini sekarang sampai berapa bang? Sampai 3. BO5 nih guys. Bang Fakih. BO5 guys. Kami coy sumpah. Gue bingung aja mau apa ini. Pakai itu sampai ini BO5 guys, sampai yang dapat 3 poin menang guys. Welcome ya, ini 52.000 views, thank you guys. Semoga BTR juara Arbain EN. Amin. Ini nggak ada yang mau ngisi. Ini Sawaria error guys, coba tesnya 1 juta guys. Ini viewers rame nggak ada yang nggak mau promosi kah apa gitu guys. Ini ya. Ada dukung siapa bang? Gue dukungnya ONIC guys. Tapi gue pengen BTR menang. Tapi pengen skornya 3-2. Jangan 3-0 gitu loh. Soalnya Grand Final ini aja. Ini kesempatan mengeluarkan semua strateginya. Tapi yang diharanin kayaknya Kaja ini nggak masuk ya. Atau memang Kaja ini belum boleh dipakai ya? Kaja revamp dari kapan sih guys? Rakit PC habis berapa bang? Spill tipis. Gue nggak pakai PC bang, pakai laptop. Laptopnya Lenovo ThinkPad i5 Gen 8, upgrade RAM doang. Upgrade RAM sampai 24. Upgrade RAM tuh pokoknya bawaannya dapat 8 GB kan. Gue beli yang 1 keping 16 GB dulu, harganya belum semahal sekarang. Karena waktu gue beli dulu 16 GB RAM itu belum semahal sekarang sih, masih si tim Nawaro bohong. Astagfirullah, serius guys, nih gak percaya kalian? No, pakai laptop gua. No, samping, percaya kalian? Pakai laptop bang, rakit PC pengen rakit PC, nextnya pengen rakit PC. Bang, Gotf tempatnya di mana? Gua nggak tahu lagi di mana ya. Dia masih di Paris kah? Ntar guys, kita cari dulu guys. Kazakhstan, Astana katanya. Kazakhstan. Venue utamanya di kotanya kota Astana. Venue utamanya di itulah. Habis itu aman. Counter ONIC kayaknya BTR bang, nggak tahu juga ya. Kemarin sih kalah ya waktu di MPL di Grand Final, nggak tahu nih. Main Hirada Pananail aja. Jauhari Aldino. BTR pasti menang. Nah, yakin tuh. Tenang, ini ONIC ini. Yang kita tahu guys, ONIC ini nggak pernah kalah soal mentality guys ya. Dia pressure sebesar apapun kayaknya masih bisa menang deh. Nggak tahu ya. Bang Situ kenapa bang? Kenapa bang? Kenapa bang Siti Munawar? Lo pasti mau nanya kan? Tanya aja bang. BTR juara Arba'in EN. Sabar dulu lah. Ya, dari singkatan ya. Oh, MBG apa bang? Mabar gratis. Punya gua bang ya. Jebak gua lu ya. Tadi nggak ada apa-apa, nggak ada, belum tentu loh guys. Cuma tadi kayaknya gini loh. Kan tadi gua bilang ya di awal. Ini tuh early game menang kiri, menang BTR. Karena Fanny ya, gue tahu nih Fanny powernya kuat lah. Terus kanan tapi diimbangin sama Loyi sama Akhirnya masuknya early apa late game ya? Kayaknya late game gak sih guys? Dia butuh berapa item gitu, 2 item apa 1 item minimalnya itu. Kalau Fanny kan dia bisa spam skill 2 langsung punya blue buff tuh. So energinya tuh bisa diawetin gitu kan kalau Fanny ya. Nah terus di late game 50-50. Kenapa? Karena momentumnya tuh ketika ulti Loyi. Kalau ulti Loyinya berhasil ketebak sama BTR, ya itu bisa jadi kalah guys. ONIC 2 kali gagal juara lawan BTR belum tentu. Ini baru 1-0. Sabar bang Jauhari. Sabar. Masih lama ini. Masih panjang ini malam. Santai sampai jam 11 ini kali. Anjing Sabreaker naiknya cepet coy. 2000 berapa sekarang? 2057 anjing. Game 2 bismillah. Amin. Bismillah ya. Bang Rafin Hasan dukung siapa Bang Rafin? Oke, lo 50k views. Anjay. Gokil guys. Ini si Bang DAB udah gak nanya-nanya lagi nih. Bantuin jawab kayak apa kek? Bentar bro, ambil dulu minum bro ya. Nanti aja bang. Bang Rafin Hasan, bang kok lama sih mulainya? Belum. Sabar. Baru kelar tadi anjir. Kau pikir ini ngereng kabingnya tinggal mulai enggak dong anjir. Enggak gitu, mereka kan rekap dulu tadi killnya berapa. Panitia tuh kayak gitu guys. Harusnya ya. Karena kan beres game kalian harus jelas juga ini orang ini kill berapa. Buat nanti nentuin MVP guys. Oh ya, predik MVP dulu dah. Kira-kira nih menurut kalian MVP-nya siapa nih guys? Ini kenapa ya? Nggak tahu ya. Tapi kayaknya nggak ada yang salah guys dari gameplaynya ONIC. Tadi tuh udah bener banget sih guys. Mereka udah berusaha banget itu ngimbangin. Padahal win rate 100. Bro aja bang yang terbaik. Kayak gitu dong, sabar. Enggak sih. Yang tadi gue lihat itu tuh memang draftnya tuh kuat di kiri guys. Kalau gue sih liatnya. Karena di lock bang. Nah itu. Mungkin kalau tadi Brody oke lah ya. Marion MVP. Maksudnya finals MVP-nya nanti guys. Yang juara ini kan juara dapat ada MVP-nya harusnya nih guys. Ada nggak sih? Harusnya ada nggak sih guys? Bentar ya, kita lihat dulu. Statistik hero-nya paling banyak diambil Melisa sih di turnamen ini guys. Judelin. Mana ya? Ada ini ya nggak sih MVP-nya harusnya ada nggak sih guys? Oh nggak ada kayaknya ya. Nggak ada ya? Oh nggak ada guys. Iya kayaknya nggak ada guys. Juara 1, 2, 3 aja. Khairi lepas Fanny astaga. Nggak gitu dong, itu kan keputusan coach harusnya. Jadi itu sih. Apa nih? Jodelin kenapa nih Jodelin? Jadi itu permintaan apa enggak? Gila ini ONIC langsung komen di sini nih ONIC. Ya lo kelas banget guys. kayak nggak sakit ya? Kayak nggak sakit gimana maksudnya? Benar PP-nya Moreno bang Arbain. Emang ada nggak ya? Soalnya kita lihat dari prize poolnya sih kayaknya nggak ada guys. Tapi nggak tahu ya. MVP finals MVP-nya ada nggak di sini? Ya lo di sini kalah pulang duluan aja dapat duit $13.000 guys. Gede anjing itu. 5 sampai 8 $31.000. Keempat $63.000. Juara 3 $108. $108.000. Kedua $144.000. Ke satu $315.000. Bang orang mana? Kita Jawa Barat bang. Pergi ke ONIC. Kenapa pergi ke ONIC guys? Bang Arbain dari mana? Kita absen dulu kali dari kota mana aja nih? Oke, kota-kotanya guys sebut-sebutin guys. Biar kita sapa-sapa menyapa guys. Ini SEO kita bagus kan guys? Orang-orang pada masuk sini guys. Thank you ya. Nge-lag coy. Bandung bang, welcome bang Nelly Dewi. Sampurasun. Nyaho ya guys. Bandung gak nyaho guys. Aing Maung Bandung. Soalnya musiknya juga ada lagunya sih. Cikarang bang Siti welcome ya. Cikarang tuh di mana sih? Arah Karawang ya atau Bekasi ya? Cikarang tuh Bekasi bukan? Atau Cikarang tuh Cikarang? Cikarang tuh berarti live ya. Cikarang. Astagfirullah. Kotanya si paling live itu Cikarang.
think are some changes here that needs to be done by ONIC for them to get back into their winning ways?
That's a great question. I think give something to Keyboy that
Ini first picknya
you
berada
know,
di
maybe
PTR.
I don't want to say it's not Belric, right? Like Belric can work. He's been meta for a while, but maybe give something different to Keyboy. I think he dealt with too many early deaths just because there wasn't too much that they could do in game one. Lootby as well. Maybe draft for the Barretts for him.
Melissa.
So it looks like we might be going for the Hirara trade, of course, here again. But I don't know. I have to say that I think for Bigetron by Vitality, they just did an amazing job at getting themselves back into that game, because ONIC did control the early game. Like they were even into the mid game. You gotta remember they were up like 2,000-3,000 gold. So it was one of those moments where ONIC was actually doing the right things. You know, like they were doing them till eventually. I think you also just have to put respect on what Moreno can do with these long-range heroes, man. Whether it's the Selena, whether it's now the Novaria, which is it's been like his hero. I mean, there hasn't been many other people that have brought up the Novaria the way he has, and it's one of those things where he's star-shattering people, and if he's not star-shattering and hitting those long shots like he does with the Abyssal Arrow, he's just providing enough information with the Astral Echo, you know? So I think it just got to a point where for ONIC it was really hard to actually fight by Vitality because they were never fully healthy. You know, like someone had already taken some damage somewhere.
Yeah. And to be fair, it's the draft as well that made it work for Moreno. I feel like it's not just what BTR were able to achieve with Moreno himself, but of course this is a massive team effort, including the drafting that allowed for BTR to win that. Now, what will be their first pick? There still is the Barretts. I feel like the Barretts is good to go to first pick, but this is Uranus.
Barat nih. Biasanya ngimbangin Uranus pakai kotak mana,
Bang? With, well, there's no Phygital, there is Barretts available, there was the Hirara, but on top of it all, it will be the Uranus, apparently. Interesting first pick here from BTR.
Are they just going to trade the Barretts and the Belric going to ONIC now, or?
Kita dekat Bandung, kalau nggak tahu Subang, Bandung aja kita nyebutin biasanya.
Over here for
tetangganya Bandung.
Bigetron by Vitality take something else, but again, Shogun did play the. If I recall correctly, there was one match where he just played the Uranus like 3 games in a row. I'm trying to remember. Oh, it was the Pro Esports match that they had. They went 3 games with, and Shogun only played the Uranus. So, you know, this is a very comfort pick that they can build up off and gives them a lot to do. It is going to be a trade, though. So you've got the Matilda and the Hirara going over. With this time, Kyrie will be on that Hirara, and I think this Matilda does help activate Keyboy a little more, right? He's going to be able to go ahead and do a lot more than what he felt like he could do on a Belric, who your main job literally is to just post up that Rapid Ride with a flicker or not. You know, now with Matilda, there's so much more you can take on.
Yeah, and they take it away from BTR as well, which BTR would really appreciate. Imagine playing the Uranus with the Matilda. There's just so much tankiness that could be found in there. So, do you now pick up the Belric for yourself as BTR? Do you get the composition that ONIC was able to had before? But no, they will prioritize the Varia, and then as well as taking this card for themselves. So maybe ONIC now will not pick up the Barretts, although it has good synergy with both the Hero as well as the Matilda. Maybe just the presence of this Novaria is enough for them to not pick up that Barretts. But also it is available. Maybe now they're going to be looking for a dive. What if they pick up something like an Alice instead of typical Barretts in the EXP lane? But that will be for later on. I think that right now you're more concerned about your Keller hero. Harith is available, so is Granger, heroes that will be able to pierce through this Uranus eventually.
I wonder if they just end up sitting on it. Yeah, because I was thinking Keller can just play so many different things. You typically see ONIC kind of bank that and wait. Like usually the Keller pick that comes in last. So I was thinking Barretts too, although Alice would have been great. I think Barretts just because it's usually paired up with the Matilda, you know? Like you just have so much of ways to go ahead and utilize your Daytona's Welcome, regardless of if it's by yourself in a flicker or then you now have a Matilda too to kind of help you. Obviously, the shields that Matilda gives, plus when that Flask of the Oasis comes in, I think that makes a big difference in a lot of these fights, and that's why Matilda has been so, valuable in these lineups. And you gotta think too. Now that you know this is back-to-back games for Moreno on the Navaria, like you've got to just respect that you essentially will not be seeing Moreno. Like that's one thing I noticed about him, like playing Navaria. Not only his accuracy like crazy, also just part of the fact that trying to find him, trying to get to him, it almost feels like it's too difficult of a task for ONIC to do because his positioning on the Navaria is just really good. Obviously, that really helps because she can kind of go through walls and stuff like that. So it's just one of those things where again it provides. And there was a time, remember, when Navaria was like the go-to pick in the mid lane, and she's had this kind of resurgence back into the meta now.
Coba itu Kiboy ganti blunder terus Kiboy
The reason why that is because it has
blunder dari tadi Kiboy gak ada
matchups into the meta heroes that cannot reach her, and most importantly, it's also a good hero to contest the Melissa in case. We saw how much damage you can do from long distance, and Melissa can just easily freely hit when there's damage on the Navaria. But it's going to be the Nolan, and then Brody with probably a Granger ban here coming out from BTR. I'll be surprised if that's the case. It's a strong hero on its own, can actually match up. Oh, it's the Clint instead. I feel like, which is also a good option, all things considered. But I feel like with how ONIC is playing the Clint as well as this Juara, they probably are more into the Granger than the Clint. But we'll see. ONIC now will pick up their roamer. Oh, sorry, their mid laner.
Mid lane, yeah.
What is a good hero to play again? What if they go Xavier, right?
Range for range.
Range for range.
Oh man, I don't know. I don't know if we're that crazy. Maybe. Oh, what does he just go? There's no ultimate you want to take. You don't take Valentina here, right? I mean, other than now I guess you do.
No, the Astro Lego is actually a good ultimate to copy.
Which one?
The Astro Lego.
Astro Lego, I guess so. Yeah, at least you have your own. But you gotta get to him,
Exactly, you gotta reach him.
That's why I was kind of second guessing it. Like, you gotta get to Moreno. The whole point was that's so difficult to get to him.
Yeah.
That's two picks.
Where are you thinking now? BTR.
They still need their jungler and then their roam. So I think at this point, you're against the Hirana, maybe just the Harley. That's probably the only other option we've really seen other than the Fanny come through. So they might get Rafaela Harley. Unless they do something different.
So this is Rafaela with the Hayabusa. Usually not paired up together, but this is more of Rafaela plus this Uranus. This is Rome Rafaela, by the way. So now there are a lot of problems now. You have to have a lot of damage sources from your gold laner. What I mean is you're not ultimate dependent as the last choice here for ONIC. So maybe
is that the Sky Piercer?
Oh yeah,
I can't read the text, but that's a Sky Piercer.
Seems like it. I think Granger is the best option here for ONIC, or maybe Harith as the second best option. There's the Hayabusa as well. Okay, so they still pick up the Harith. Yeah, those are the only two options I feel like that will be good for ONIC. But already, I like the component that BTR has built here.
Leave it to BTR to just do some weird things, Like, we said this going into game one. It got them game one, and then now, I think this is interesting. Again, because you've got great tankiness up front, and you've got a great ability to go ahead and revive, get yourself back into this game. We'll see if we are on Flying Clouds or not, or which map we're in once we get to this game, but I like what BTR is doing, man. And again, the Rafaela helps you even more because you can rotate very quickly. You can stun if you need to. The Hayabusa is really squishy, right? But now that you kind of have some ground to cover with your sustainability with the Rafaela, I think that's really great here. So, I don't know, man. I like what BTR has. I think I'm going to have to go ahead and lean towards BTR for this game too. Wolf, I think we might potentially see a 2-0 right now, but you guys, of course, if you guys are watching around the globe with us, you guys can let us know who you think has the upper hand in this. Let's jump into the game. It's game at 2 in this best of 5. Bigetron by Vitality up 1 in the series. Let's see if ONIC can equalize.
Alright, the setup here for BTR is good. It seems like whenever they play against ONIC, they transform and just know exactly what to do and deal with ONIC. ONIC has been so dominant all throughout this tournament.
Let's go,
it
game
seems
kedua
like
guys.
It's BTR that has got their number.
Grand Finale.
And that's also true with Indonesia. Everybody was just dropping their games up against ONIC. ONIC are so dominant, but in comes BTR coming in, and they look like they are the better team against ONIC. It seems like we're feeling that again. Not unless ONIC decides otherwise. Not unless they do something really different right now for them to be able to show us something, some sort of fight against BTR, especially with this draft that they built. Gonna be starting with here in the middle.
Yeah, something along the lines of, I don't know, I think it's more of just ONIC finding that form of execution. You know, it's the team fights. Like, we already know that all these players are individually, you know, some of the best in their roles, and they had an amazing, you know, last meeting with the grand final that they had. Hold on, mid lane, first blood going over to Kyrie, but here's the return. Shadow kill going to be used. Revive comes through, and now it's Nile that falls. So that's not going to be worth for Bigetron by Vitality, and that's 2 kills in the hands of Kyrie.
Great start again for the side of ONIC. This time they've utilized Kyrie in an offensive manner before the 2-minute mark. They identified that if you are able to force out where Moreno is, this is a good opening for them, and they do have to reach.
Wait.
Okay, they might be able to go ahead and just make something happen to get the turtle. Now they're going to be looking for more. Shogun, thank you enough. Niall might just want to go ahead and grab his purple buff, even though there's a lot of low health bars. Never mind, he goes in. He's able to pick up Lootby, so that's 1 kill. But now ONIC, they know this. They're gonna put pressure on the mid. And there we go. Finn's gone. They're gonna be looking for more. BTR firing back, but now it's to get a kill. Man, ONIC looking for more, but they gotta keep Kyrie alive. This is the most action we've seen under 3 minutes in a while, man. That's insane. I think the entire game's the future.
Yeah, and that's 6 skills in what, 2 minutes and 30 seconds?
Yeah.
Quick activation of Kelra as well. I really like how ONIC is doing it because now they're calling Kelra into the fights very early on, and he gets a kill. So never mind the fact that Claude versus Harith is more of a farming battle in that gold lane, that the only time that you actually will die in that lane is if you really mess up, or if there's an external effort from other players into that lane. But having Kelra in the middle is really good. Can they take out Sans? Yes, he can.
I thought they'd have enough shielding there.
Let's go, BTR!
Boy, but Sans goes down anyway. So both junglers are having a hell of a start here, Wolf. You know, 3-1 on Nile, 3-0 on Kyrie. This is going to be the assassin showdown that we wanted to see.
Yeah. And we're going to be waiting for that to happen for Nile with 3-1 right now. But it seems like it's all about the target. First time that they used this Hayabusa, it wasn't as impactful because the targeting wasn't that good. But if you see like Sans, for example, getting picked off in the middle, the timing was perfect for BTR. They are looking at the Hayabusa that's really scary, that can be activatable, because apart from the healing coming out from the Matilda, there's not much that they can do against this Hayabusa.
Oh man, Kelra. I mean, the shadow kill's already used up, so Niall's not going to be able to find Kelra here, but Niall building up very quickly. This is very different from the Hayabusa game we saw against Pro Esports in the first game, where they actually lost that one. Right now, he's hit that kind of potential to just snowball, but opposing him is the Kyrie snowball. So you got 2 snowballs going down a hill right now. Oh, they're looking for Niall, and they shut him down. And it goes to Kyrie, of all people, who's already got the Skypiercer.
Ooh, they will resurrect him, but what a play coming out from ONIC. Now use their game sense to find where Niall will be. They secure a purple buff for themselves as well. They take it away from Niall, so that was a costly death for the Hayabusa. Not having... oh, does have the purple buff, but yeah, they're trying to invade as much as possible.
Kyrie has lived in his jungle.
Yep, for sure. And they're doing it again.
Oh, they're doing it again. They know his retribution's down, so they're going to take the buff. And you can see, man, Kyrie's got an XP lead. Oh, they're going to re-engage. Shadow Kill going to be used on Sans. He's still going to be okay with the shield. And now the rest of the team join it. Both gold laners going at it. Blaze and Do It was already used. They're going to go for collapsing down on Nile. They'll take up one wall. What a shot from the Maestro Moreno. This is what we were worried about. If you're opposing this Novaria, they're going to go for more. Echo drops down. Keyboy trying to bob and weave. He has to burn the flicker, and he should be able to survive. He's got some shields, but hold on. Moreno's going to line one up, and also the gold lane. Kyrie's looking for Emon. Goes in, breaking the ankles, but Kyrie goes in to get another stack.
Oh, Kyrie is back 5-0-2. Game 1 was more of a warm-up game for him, so it seems that this time is actually showing his prowess as the assassin. Trying to outplay a lot of people out there in the bottom lane, eventually getting 2 kills for himself, 5-0-2. I would assume 3 or 4 stacks from the Sky Piercer. Going to be a really good start now for this Juara coming out from ONIC. Now, they are just leading by 1,000 though, because BTR, with all due fairness, they are retaliating. And the kill onto Kelra coming out from the Maestro is good. So, ONIC cannot celebrate that yet, this game just yet, especially because BTR are showing their teeth now. They're showing that they can actually fight into this neutral objective.
Seems like they want to continue to fight here. Half health, last turn of the game. Will this be a 3-for-3 for ONIC? Moreno lining things up. Both Astro Echoes being used here. They're going to go for it. It goes to Kyrie, able to secure it. Shadow Q going to be used into the Zaman Force. Luffy looking for an opening here too, but Kelra is able to take out the gold laner, Emon from BTR. They're going to be going for Shogun too, as Sans picks one up for himself. Finn's going to burn the flicker, and ONIC, they're going to be happy with that little sidestep too here. Potentially a re-engage. They just back off. Sounds very low. Moreno going for the shot, but just not enough distance on there. And they'll take the tier 1 after the fight. Oh, Kelra.
Over the dance. And 2 quick kills for Kelra. That's not a double, but he did take out Emma before that, which is so good for ONIC. They are now gaining ground. 7 minutes and 40 seconds in. They lead by 3,000. They're feeding kills into Kelra, and most importantly, onto Kyrie. And already, there's a big change when it comes to the non-verbal cues. You're looking at the camera for ONIC. For your camera, I mean. Everybody's so happier. Every now it's lighter now. The ambience around the ONIC side of the stage. And BTR, can they actually mount a comeback here? It's the War Access was the Hunter Strike only for Niall at this point.
Ooh, okay. This is still relatively close, it seems, based on the team fights. Now there's a gold lead for ONIC right now. You're going to be taking the purple buff, though. They continue to put pressure towards Niall. And now Kyrie, level 13. I know Niall's almost a level 11. But still, you're seeing, you know, this pressure on his buff, the pressures on his green camps. ONIC is able to go ahead and take what they can, but amidst this all, you know, they only have 2 turrets down. They're eventually going to get 3 here as Kelra knocks the top one off. But LDR wants to go ahead and open up the map a little bit themselves too before the Lord comes up. But they don't just get that turret just in time now. Oh, could this potentially be bad? Good coverage from Moreno though.
He's setting up for this Lord this time, and the long lane has been pushed heavily in favor of ONIC. There are 5 members of ONIC around here. They're going to be waiting for the Novaria ultimate. So there's a lot of stuff that's not going in favor of BTR right now. So it seems like ONIC are just going to take this Lord away from them.
Yeah, this is a Lord that they control the domain over. They'll go ahead and grab themselves the Lord. Now ONIC can start to look to take down tier 2 turrets. I'm not sure if they're going to get to the base ones just yet, based off the way that BTR has been fighting. They can try to maintain what they can again. Emon might have to go ahead and utilize Blaze and do it here, but their clear is pretty good. He's going to go ahead and push that top one up top. Potentially deal with the Lord too. Actually, he's going to go back to base as tier 2 bottom side will be taken by ONIC. So now BTR on the defense. Niall, oh no, he's going to get stopped from recalling. He's going to be able to escape this, but Kyrie is going to chase him down. Oh, he goes back. Let's go. He's going to go into the jungle, and now they're going to hunt him down. Niall's going to have some fancy footwork for this.
Oh, no.
He gained some space, but
Kejar
T-Boy's going to chase him down anyway, utilizing the flicker, and he goes back to the shadow, but Niall's got nowhere to go after this. He's been hunted down. Let's see if he can take out some minions. He's going to buy a little bit more time for the rest of the team until he's eventually taken out by Kyrie, and that's another stack for Kyrie.
Yeah. With all the fairness, Niall actually showed some really good moves out there. Using his quad shadow to eventually disjoint the circling eagle. But enough time for BTR to gather themselves and defend top, especially because there is no ONIC. There's not much ONIC heroes that to force this issue out, but no, they will still go for this ONIC.
Oh, Loopy falls. Shogun could be next here. They're going for it. Shogun, oh, barely surviving. BTR will be able to go ahead and defend. They maintain that top holy defense shield. A shot on Kyrie, but still, I think they're happy with that. Again, as I mentioned with that first Lord, they just want to go ahead and get the tier 2s down, potentially take out some base shields, but they don't get all of them. So I'd still say Bigetron by Vitality admits it all. I know they're 1,000 gold behind, but they're still holding on. What they're going to start playing into is now Emon's power spike. That's one of the main things. He's got the Purify, so part of what ONIC wants to do is get that, pop that Purify, make something happen here. But even Niall's got to look for that window, right? That opening to go ahead and use that shadow kill to either follow through after the damage of the blade to do it, maybe vice versa on how they want to approach that. But let's see if BTR can still fight into this. They still have 30 seconds before that Lord comes up.
Yeah. I mean, using the ultimate again, the Astral Echo to find two and maybe just poke Keyboy. Niall is, you guys his ultimate very on that, although you can see the progress. Okay, the defense coming out from ONIC.
Shogun just standing there menacingly, saying, you guys got to go through me, basically. A lot of ultimates being expended, but now attention toward this buff to try to take it away. Kyrie will be able to do that. So this is all part of the plan, I feel like.
Yeah. Especially if they're forcing the Astral Echo out, right? So it will now be available, fortunately. Well, I guess Moreno knows exactly what the cooldown is, and he timed it perfectly for the alert to be up, so they're ready. Hayabusa is going to be split pushing top 4. A little bit of defense on the long push, but ONIC feels like they can burst.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and fight for this Lord. It looks like they want to just give this one a go. BTR in space. Loopy quite low. He's going to guiding win on out. Now Niall jumping in with the shadow kill. They're looking for it to go ahead and proc the stack, taking out Loopy. Winter Crown going to be used by Kelra, but Kelra could be next, and he goes down too. And now ONIC falling apart in the Lord fight again as Keyboy and Kyrie are trying to run away, but what a shot again from the Maestro, man. They have to get rid of this Novaria because that's going to be a Lord going to BTR.
Unbelievable coming out from BTR again out of nowhere. They were down by so much. They've erased the lead by ONIC. They're now pushing. They're about to take the lead for themselves because only Kyrie is left. And with the Rafaela, it means that longer team fights means that you will be topped up. It's going to be a difficult defense now for ONIC. And even if you eliminate one, the resurrection will be there. So Vitality, they are just taking everything away from ONIC right.
So quick to turn that around, Wolf. Again, playing on the back foot. They dealt with the first Lord pushing in their base, and then all of a sudden, Bigetron by Vitality now has control in this game. They took out one of the base turrets of ONIC. It's their turn to go ahead and take some green camps and resources from them. And they still are making its way down bot, looking to go in, crash into this bottom base turret while the wave up top works on the tier 2. They're going to force a fight anyway. Shadow Kill going to be used to get them low enough to get them to back off the turret as the turret falls. Now ONIC, you got to deal with this Lord. Half health on it. Wave's going to go ahead and push up top. Cancer Sans has to be careful. Half health. These procs and these star shatters are so deadly if you're ONIC. Right now, BTR might potentially make another go on that last base turret, lining it up with the Astral Echo. They're going to throw it down again. A shadow kill. They have to get enough space. Keyboy in trouble. Loopy going to go use the Daytona's welcome, but a shot from Moreno is going to bring him low, and it's Loopy that falls. But they have to disengage. BTR is happy with the base turrets down. Oh, Kyrie, and Holy Baptism going to be used, but he's able to avoid it. And now it's just 4 5 full force for BTR. They've got a cannon minion. Another wave pushing up. They might want to end it here to get to a 2-0 lead right now in the series. But the waves are going to be cleared out as ONIC stays in it. Kelra dropping down to Zaman Force. They get a nice stun out with the circling eagle, but Kelra is gone. He's blasted down. Moreno lines up Astana on Sands. He has to go heal back up, but they're still going. Kyrie gets shut down in this mid-wave. Should be enough. Loot B, he stacks here. They're gonna go for it anyway, and Echo drop down. A double for Iman, the man. And they're gonna work on the crystal to take game 2.
The Masters.
BTR-nya jago banget. Dia udah kalah banget itu tadi early-nya. 1100 orang welcome gelo. Thank you guys. Jangan lupa like ya guys ya. Ini kagak ada yang mau Lutfi. Aduh iya anjing. Dinonya masuk angin anjing itu Apple. Dinonya kecil mulu ya. Tapi guys ya, gue tuh 1200 orang gelo welcome guys. 1208. Thank you guys ya. Tapi gue suka bingung ya guys ya. Shogun gelo iya. Gue suka bingung. Momen dimana sih kita nemuin momen dia tuh mulai kalah tuh kapan? Apakah dari segi rotasinya? Kan kalau rotasi kita kayak bingung juga ya guys ya. Atas bawah nih gerak nih. Tapi kita tuh nggak tahu momen dia tuh mulai kalah tuh ketika apa gitu. Jujur masih diulik sama gue sampai sekarang. Kayaknya kalau analis udah tahu deh. Kayak misalkan nih kita gerak 1 detik aja buat ke atas, itu kayaknya momen kalah nggak sih? Nah, gue tuh pengen tahu kayak gitu. Kira-kira momen kalahnya tuh nih pas mulai kapan gitu? Karena tadi early-nya udah kuat banget ONIC anjir. Kenapa ya bisa kalah ya? Ada yang tahu nggak guys? Yang tahu komen dong guys. Skor 2-0 BTR bang. Dibilang juga apa Ken ganti keyboard. Jangan dulu lah, gak gitu lah konsepnya. ONIC kalah, iya ONIC kalah 2-0. Belum ini 1 game lagi kalau kita nih harus dapat 3 poin kalau mau juara guys. BTR-nya harus dapat 3 poin kalau mau juara. Ini kalau mau menang lawan BTR harus mainkan Skylar aja nggak ikut ini guys. Kalau bakalan mampu lawan BTR, itulah. Enggak coy. Tadi tuh jujur early-nya kuat itu ONIC. Kuat banget, nggak tahu tadi kita. Nah yang kita heran itu kapan momen dia tuh mulai kalah, kelihatannya di mana gitu. Kita pengen buat replay tapi nggak bisa replay guys. Lo 58.000, thank you guys ya. Malam ini malam yang sangat indah buat gua guys. Views kita mencapai lebih dari 50.000 guys. Thank you guys ya. Wah buat kalian semua guys. Thank you. Clap dulu guys, clap dikit. Masalah ONIC ada di Keyboy. Cobalah beri kesempatan romer yang satu lagi main, gak gitulah. Enggak maksudnya oke, kalau masalah itu. Cuma maksud gue tuh dia tuh momen kenapa harus digantinya tuh kenapa gitu. Dia tuh ngerjain melaksanain hal apa sampai dia Suka purasa ulang nah apa itu? Band loot. Apa band loot? ONIC ada di BTR. Enggak coy. Kalau Samuel main 3 PH dong. Samuel tuh PH. Emang Samuel PH ya guys? Ben lu enggak kau gitu. Gak niat main lawan BTR enggak usah ya Allah, enggak gitulah. Enggak sih, kalau gue lihat bukan soal itu guys. Kayaknya nih memang ONIC nih kebaca terus. Maksudnya 3 dari negara luar. Ayo BTR selangkah lagi juara kita. Oke, let's go BTR. Let's go. Tapi enggak ya, gue lihat tuh tadi nggak tahu kenapa itu guys. Game gue nggak ngerti itu bisa kalah kenapa. Gak niat ya Allah comeback mulu. Emang di comeback tadi nggak comeback nggak sih? Iya comeback ya hitungannya ya. Soalnya early-nya juga kalah ya. Morino. Bukan gak niat sih kayaknya guys, bukan gak niat sumpah. Kayaknya emang ini loh. Emang strats ONIC udah kebaca gitu. Kayaknya kebanyakan farming. Ah iya kah Tegar Ramadan? Kayaknya kebanyakan farming. Kalau kebanyakan farming gak mungkin 504 gak sih anjir? Enggak sih, kayaknya bukan farmingnya deh guys. Apakah kata dia karena momen lore-nya gitu kalah ya? Nah lihat di sini ONIC udah owning banget ini. Nah ini kan bisa dibalikin nih. Ini kan kalah juga nih kiri. Oh lihat Lutfi-nya. Oh lihat Lutfi dapat 2. Ih mahal banget itu. Apa di sini ya mulai kalahnya ya? Di sini masih dapat Kairi loh. Enggak juga deh, di sini nggak kalah juga guys. Kalahnya momen apa ya? Nah kalau di sini gue curiga di sini sih. Ini kan kalah ya kalau nggak salah BTR-nya, ONIC-nya ya. Kalah perang ya di sini ya. Nah kan, oh kayaknya kepisah nih. Kayaknya ini dah. Kontes Lord 2, nah iya kan. BTR juara. Iya ya kontes Lord 2 ini yang mulai kalahnya di sini ya nah. Oh alah itu loh. Kelranya ke depan banget itu. Kepisah coy. Kepotong kelranya kena sandwich. Oke lo keren banget BTR ya. Mimpi kalau mau comeback lawan BTR nggak gitu. Abang lihat Kairi aja. Tapi bisa replay nggak ya? Gak bisa replay masalahnya ini. Pengen banget kita bisa replay. Kita biasanya suka bahas coy. Itu penasaran. Kayak ini tuh momen kalahnya pas gini nih. Jadi kalau posisi kalian kayak gini, kalian tuh jangan begini. Gue tuh pengen bahas itu. Cuman masalahnya ini nggak bisa guys di replay nih. Kita playnya by media ini. Padutu ang ONIC bang. Apa tuh artinya? Artinya apa tuh guys? Melvinda Liba. Oke siap, thank you moderator ya. BTR ini bang. Kalau dilihat dari gameplaynya iya sih, jelas BTR banget sih ini. Soalnya mereka lebih siap gitu loh guys. Maksudnya contohnya gini, maksudnya kayak ketika lagi kena pressure, BTR tuh tahu harus ngapain gitu. Kayak tadi tuh di kontes Lord 2 itu berhasil ke situ sih oke guys. Bukan oke dia sampai menang gara-gara momen itu ya. Tuh lihat kill death assistnya tuh kalah jauh aja. Lihat KDA-nya, Kairi 10, Nanael cuma 3. Sonic bobo aja besok sekolah takut. Bang Siti nih ngeri banget ya. 100.000 views kah hari ini? Please kah? Bisa kah? Bisa kah? Finn, MVP-nya Finn. Gue penasaran MVP finals MVP-nya sih guys. Ntar nungguin mati dulu ya, bising aja. Sonic bobo aja besok sekolah takut telat, nggak gitu dong. Gitu. Astagfirullah. Bang Zid berhenti lah, kira-kira orang udah lah, biarin aja. Guys, masukin ke motor guys. Thank you guys. Ayo BTR selangkah lagi. Ini selalu dihantui. Ini selalu dihantui BTR. Emang iya. Tapi kalau menurut kalian ya guys ya, menurut kalian nih, kalau nanti ada finals MVP ya, yang paling layak siapa guys? Kalau BTR juara atau kalau ONIC juara? Menurut kalian siapa guys? Kalau gue sih ya di BTR Moreno jelas ya. Moreno dia benar-benar on fire selalu sih jadi mid lane-nya. Onik harus beli pemain lagi biar jago, nggak gitu dong. Udah jago semua anjing tuh pemainnya. MVP-nya mama. Bang Zid, babi ya. Kamu jawab yang benar ya. Jangan kemana-mana. Gotf nih banyak guys. Banyak banget kalau lihat. Ada MMA. Ada futsal juga guys. Kenapa MVP-nya harus ke situ ya? Bang Siti ya, kambing. Basket juga coy. Berarti sport sama esports ya. Gue taunya Mobile Legends doang guys. Itu pun nggak tahu-tahu banget. Afra, mama. Anjing gua mau bacain takut gua guys. Males coy. Anjing. Takut gua baca-baca gitu guys. Masalahnya guys ya. Takut gua ke bawah-bawah. Gua mau dah. Udah lah guys, gak usah senggol-senggol guys. Lamanya ini BTR menang aja udah langsung 3-0. Gimana kalau gitu aja guys? Juara gitu ya. Kacau. Win Archai Kotora. Wah kacau tai. Kenapa bang marah-marah datang-datang ini? Kita nggak tahu masalah abang apa. Tiba-tiba bang marah-marah. Kasih aja pilih ke BTR langsung, gak gitu dong, gak gitu. Udah main belum? Sekarang bentar lagi. Risa Nuraputu. Bentar lagi ya. Pemainnya lagi siap-siap lagi di belakang. Itu juga BTR yang lagi juara belum tentu. Oh. Ini masih ada kesempatan untuk ONIC melakukan reverse sweep anjing. Tiba-tiba ONIC win streak 3 kali gimana ayo? Tidak mungkin bagi ONIC guys. ONIC DMM lagi sama enggak tahu. Belum tentu. ONIC ini masih punya kesempatan buat reverse sweep coy. Sabar dulu, sabar. Sabar nggak sih guys? Kenapa band Lutfi anjing?
With 3,000 gold leads apiece. And I think that it's just BTR finding better Lord fights. And it seems like BTR is showing us, okay, this is not a snowball meta anymore. What this meta is good team fighting, good sustain, and a lot of pokes with the Navaria. Naisu, do you think that game number 3 is a game that finally ONIC gets a victory with?
Hey, you know what? If that's going to be the case, Wolf, it starts with banning Navaria, at least take it away from Moreno, which they do. They do ban it out, which is good. I think all the ONIC fans around were like, come on, just ban the Navaria. Well, they banned the Navaria, okay? But this could leave something open, too. This might mean we might see Moreno just pick up a Selena. That might be one of the cases because so far, it just feels like there's something about Bigetron by Vitality that is just, I don't know if they're just a kryptonite towards ONIC or what, because you know what, if Kelra's the god in the gold lane, Emon's freaking Batman, man. I don't know, because like what is happening in the gold lane? It seems like there are times when Kelra is winning the lane and he's able to go ahead and do things, but Emon just seems to play better as a team. It seems like the other teammates of Emon is just the utility belt, you know, and then all of a sudden he pops off. And that's something that I've been noticing here more that we watch Bigetron by Vitality play throughout this Games of the Future, is the way that they kind of move around the map together, but also the team fights. Like, I always look at the team fights as sort of this kind of choreography, and if you really look at what Bigetron by Vitality does, they're so good at that. Shogun is just that guy to be up front. You know, obviously he has to do that, especially with him usually picking up the Uranus. But then Finn, too, the way Finn moves and allows that space to be provided. Think about it. Niall's jungle was just destroyed half the time by ONIC, you know? But still, somehow, he makes this hero, the Hayabusa, who barely gets picked by anyone, he made it work, you know? And even that, it takes the entire team to either follow through after your ultimate is used, that shadow kill, or for you to be able to capitalize on it when he has, you know, he's building those Skypiercer stacks. So it's just like, it's one of those things where Bigetron by Vitality is just doing more as a team. You know, is Marcel the answer to change things, hopefully, and not have a grand final be a sweep? Maybe so.
Yeah, it's a good step because it's also being banned out many times. But that opens up still the Uranus as well as the bats. I feel like if you are BTR, you want to pick up the bats still in this scenario. But in case they do have the Uranus as a substitute for it, so they do pick it up. And they paired up with the Matilda, almost an impenetrable combo as we saw in game number 2. And there is some semblance of that in game number 1, where it was ONIC then that actually used that hero, used that combo, Rafaela, with Uranus. But overall, we already know that this is such a good combination all throughout that you can really just plug and play any kind of jungler in here. Maybe you can get the Nolan eventually, or as we saw earlier, it was the Hayabusa, because there's so much that the Matilda as well as the Uranus is achieve. Especially up against someone like a Marcel, who is not a burst type of hero. In fact, this is not a hero that also facilitates for a burst, right? You really trickle heroes down with the Marcel. So they do pick up the bats, and this time there's the burst that you're looking for. There's the immediate takedown. And with the Brody, the torn apart memory, it seems like this is the answer. Because even when you guiding wind through it, once you have the stacks, the torn apart memory will actually be able to take you down.
Yeah, hopefully this is the pieces to the puzzle that ONIC needs, because it would be insane to me, I think, and to a lot of people watching, if this is actually just going to end up in a sweep by Bigetron by Vitality. Results, right? When they met back in their own regional professional league, We've seen them kind of go head-to-head multiple times, but it's just like, are used to watching them be capable of doing. And these first 3 picks, as you had highlighted already, Wolf, are great. But then, I mean, look at the answer right now by Bigetron. It's still the same thing. Brother, Shogun, I'm surprised he's not tired of playing Uranus. Uranus is not the funnest hero to play, you know? But
What do you mean?
Shogun's gonna... I know you like to play the Uranus, right? This is just like...
That's right.
And even our good friend Wilmy was there. And he was saying, you know, it's a boring hero, but man, does it get the job done, right? And I guess that's how it is. But then also, this is why the Matilda is so great, because you can just let Shogun do his thing, and then you have Finn roaming around, taking care of everybody, providing utility and speed and shields and everything else. And this is why I'm saying Emon relies on everybody else. I mean, look who he's playing. He's playing carry. You can't... You literally cannot solo carry as carry, as crazy as that sounds, right? Pun intended. But you need the rest of the team, and that's why they build around that potential. Whereas then, again, Moreno is like a playmaker on heroes you're not expecting, and Nile can hold his own, you know? So it's just like, that seems to be what the magic sauce here is for Bigetron by Vitality.
Yeah, and the reason why I would agree with that is because the carry is good versus most of the heroes here for ONIC, especially against this Barretts, and its true damage also is appreciated up against the Marcel, who relies on the sustain and resistances. And if you have the Matilda with you, now you're almost impossible to beat. Now even the Brody is a problem. You also have this Uranus to aid you when it comes to like peeling and everything. So BTR have mastered this kind of gameplay. If you're on it, you want to be able to take out the heroes of vitality as fast as possible. So you're going to be drafting a hero for Kyrie that deals on burst as well. That's why the Nolan as well as the Hardy was banned out, because if you're looking at ONIC, these are the heroes that will probably complement their composition and will be a problem for the Matilda. If the Matilda lineup is bursted down easily, then the Matilda is almost useless. You gotta find a way for you to be able to sustain your teammates.
Yeah. Oh man, you know, there's a lot of ONIC fans out there. Kyrie Keller on screen here. ONIC, it's just people are saying it's going to be a reverse sweep maybe. Well, it starts here. These next 2 picks that are eventually going to come through after the Red 4 pick for Bigetron will tell us the potential of ONIC making that happen. At least taking one step in that direction. Already have. I mean, you know, this is already a very strong foundation, but whoa, talk about a curveball in our current meta, a Sicilian. Now I know we've even seen the Carmilla, right? Carmilla has showed up a time or 2. Well, now it's Sicilian. You take away my range heroes.
Yeah,
I still got another one.
There was actually a time where it was Carmilla and Sicilian together. It was Rune Eaters actually weren't able to win with it. But you're right, this is a Moreno special. And the idea here is to make sure that you take out the Marcel as fast as possible, as well as the Brody or threat to the Brody. And most importantly, you trickle down the Barretts with all of your slows, and you're going to be a threat in that. ONIC are playing this game so weirdly, and weird I say because in game 2 they used what BTR played with, and now game number 3 are picking up the Hayabusa, which was freshly picked up by Nael. So this kind of tells us that they might be behind, where BTR is dictating the tempo of this game, of this series. In fact, when it comes to drafting, especially picked up this Sicilian, I wonder what they close it out with. They're going to be looking for their jungler. What if they are the ones to pick up the Balmond?
Oh man,
I think
imagine if they go Balmond, they take one. Okay, oh, they're doing the... Okay, they're just having fun with it, right? I mean, Bigetron by Vitality up 2-0, it's match point. They're doing the combo.
What is the jungle? Man. What is the jungle?
It's Carmilla. It's Carmilla.
All right.
Yeah, it's the Carmilla jungle. We even saw this in MST.
Right.
So,
right.
Carmilla jungle with the Sicilian. Are we... Don't tell me they're gonna... I mean, is there some crazy stuff that they can do with the interactions, you know, and This is just it's gonna feel a little weird, but I think it's also gonna put a stake there if this ends up being a win for Bigetron. How are you feeling about it, Wolf?
Okay, so I always like pocket picks. I wanted this Carmilla Sicilian to be successful actually so many times before. So yeah, I like it. I think that this game with the Matilda, there's a lot to sustain. Again, they will try to sustain ONIC. What to do here is to poke ONIC continuously, force some ultimates, then try to survive with some iframes out there, which will be available for their Carmilla as well as their Sicilian. So yeah, this lineup rules, and I feel like it's not easy to pull off because it's so late game centric and it's so item dependent. But BTR have shown us in Game 2 that they can make things like this work.
Well, we're going to find out if this is going to work or not. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's Game 3 here, potentially the last one. Games of the Future 2026. Bigetron by Vitality is at match point against last year's champions, ONIC. Will they be able to go ahead and get it in a sweep with this lineup? Or will ONIC take one game in a series? We'll find out here. A lot, again, I think has to rely on the potential to make this work. Here's one thing though, Wolf. You can't let this get to the late game, man.
Yes,
because otherwise, like we've seen before, Sicilian is just going to be stacked up, and it's not going to be a fun time if you're ONIC.
No. So how do they deal with that? They're going to be using this Marcel. Maybe the third turtle is super important here for ONIC. That's why I feel like that also coincides with the fact that the Hayabusa will now get the important items. So it has to reach critical mass. And of course the Brody. You gotta be very intentful with your Brody when you draft it. That means that you have to activate it properly. And we will see how Kelra will play with this hero. To be fair, they will have to go through a sustain coming out from BTR, but if they do get the burst, the initial burst, which they are very scary with, they can actually stop what BTR wants to do.
Oh, Shogun. Okay, he'll Guiding Wind on out, but the Shadow Kill is going to be enough to get that first blood in the hands here of Kyrie. Oh, the Sanguine Claws, and then they get trapped into it. Kyrie goes down. Good use of the claws there into the back. Impact, and now this turtle is up, but they'll just wait. They can go ahead and wait for Shogun to get back to this. Again, Broken Wall is going to keep that turtle there. There's a Feathered Airstrike coming down. Artillery, it's going to take out Nile now. Bigetron, do they just want to try to capitalize this on the turtle? They're going to go for it, and Sans will secure the turtle. But Morena fall, and now Bigetron trying to disengage from it.
Oh. And everything fails, it's gonna be Sans to save it. Look at that wonderful play coming out from Sans. Using this Farsa, of course, with the Feathered Airstrike at the last moment so that they can take out the Carmilla. And good shot calling overall coming up from ONIC. We don't know exactly who call to still fight even when Kyrie has been lost to them, as Lutpi will be able to take the kill down the bottom with the aid of his teammate out there. So again, ONIC starting real strong, just like in previous 2 games.
Okay, now they have to maintain the kind of lead that they've already built for themselves up to this point. We'll see if they're able to do that. I think this is just a readjustment that everyone's kind of needed. It's not that they haven't controlled the early game in the past 2 games, it's just somehow it's slipped through, and now they put pressure on Emon. Feathered Airstrike drop down. Kelra's going to be able to get a couple shots off. He already used the torn apart memory. So Emon's going to survive. Are they going to rotate up there? And you know, he's still dealing with pressure, but they want to go for this anyway. Golden Hour used up. Nile's looking for his own. He's going to get trapped into this, but the fight's already going to break out. So Nile is still there. Shadow Kill going to be used. He's going to take the majority of that damage. Oh. So Nile is gone, and now next is Finn, Sans, and they're looking for more, and Moreno will fall too. So ONIC will find nearly everything they wanted.
Every single thing that they want. They can even take out their third energy shields in here with Kelra being in there. So the extra gold that you're given to your gold laner gets back and pushes it. Oh. Gets a kill afterwards. Eman then taken out. Sans is on a different planet right now. We always say that Sans has always been one of the best mid laners out there. He plays so well. Whenever he is on, man, he is really, really on.
Yeah, this game decided, you know what, guys, let me take this game in my hands, at least for now. But it's just been different because of the pace that they're able to set. You know, this is also ONIC Turtle go ahead and take. You got Kyrie swinging over there. Everybody is a big threat to Bigetron by Vitality right now in this game. And Keyboy, too, on the Marcel, which we usually see banned out. There's a reason why it was prioritized, picked up. He's able to go ahead and provide so much and just be annoying. I mean, look at him right now, just staying in the jungle over of Bigetron by Vitality. And also, again, with this kind of unique pick, maybe this is one of those cases where they got, oh my goodness, Loopy. Yep, he took the purple. Loopy got the purple. So that maybe it's one of those cases where they just kind of overcooked and Sans gets another one on Emon.
Yeah. Sometimes there are just games where so ahead and you are incentivized by being so aggressive. Sometimes you're not, but this game definitely is a game that incentivizes aggression from ONIC, as they are now controlling the map and they're taking so much away from BTR. However, it still is the early game, right? If there's anything that we've learned from the past two games that we've seen, is never going to be complacent if you're ONIC. There could be a lot of angles for BTR to eventually come back from this game.
Yeah, this is, okay, Shogun, he just tried to do what he could. He knew that he was caught out. The rest of the team's fighting in the mid lane, though. There's just not enough damage. I mean, Loopy enough, able to take those bad impacts, and now jumping forward, Keyboy has to flicker, but there goes a kill to Emma. He's able to go ahead and trade, so it's the XP laner for the roam. The kill that Bigetron by Vitality needed here, but they're still massively behind. Yes, we've seen this before, but not this much of a deficit in between both teams, and it's about 6,000 gold. So we'll see. Bigetron by Vitality needs to cover some grounds. BTR, though, trying to push this tier 1 turret, but look who's around the corner. Kyrie's here. Sans is also rotating up. They want to go ahead and fight this. Looking for a feathered airstrike. They're going to drop it down. Retribution used. Emon trapped by himself. Doesn't have Finn next to him, so he goes down. That's unfortunate.
Unfortunate, but at the same time, ONIC are now in a spot can control this turtle because of that. The push up top also might commence as the Brody is there. As long as they see the Moreno Sicilian, they know that they can push. From the other side, of course.
Yeah, this is one of those things where, yep, 3 for 3 turtles go in the hands of ONIC. ONIC has ballooned the lead up a little bit further now, almost 8,000 gold. And it's this is why it's the case of you just don't want to allow this to get to the late game. There's still potential that it can, but I mean, in this case, for ONIC, it would look really bad if somehow this game got away from them. Just because you don't take this kind of lead, face against this kind of composition, and let that happen. You know, there's just no way I can see that happening. This is one of those games, like you said, Wolf, where you know, it might, instances where it's just go again, you know, get us to the next one. Because right now, it's just too much, and ONIC, you know, they got to wait for the Lord to come up, and there's still a minute and a half, so they're just going to go try to get the shield down here. Feathered airstrike being dropped down. They want to push this wave in, but they can't get the shield just yet.
They'll be settling with this one for now, as they're slowly trickling down the resources of BTR. If they are oppressive this time with this Brody, I think they can easily take this game, and especially you cannot wait for when the Bat's impact coming up from Moreno is too much to handle and you're not able to push anymore. And you're going to be put in a game where it's finding Moreno all the time.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in that spot, bro.
Yeah, they're going to put pressure here at tier 1 and the base. Feathered airstrike drop down. Emon in trouble, has to get away again, but Sans will burn him on it down. Able to take one, and now Golden Hour are going to be dropped. Trapped in it, but turret goes down first, and they go back to the fountain to heal up. And that's going to be the shield popping up finally here in the mid. They might be able to get the bottom, too, with 10 seconds still in the death timer. Rockets being thrown out here. Dragon Shogun back. Kelron is able to get a couple stacks here. Still tanky enough to go ahead and take that damage. Feathered airstrike once again, but they hold on to the shield.
They hold down the jump. They want to try to go for an exchange here, BTR, but they can't. 5 seconds before the Lord has happened, so these are the games, these are specific moments that you have to look out for if you're on it, because these were the moments where you lost from the previous game. So
look at the jungle, man.
Yep, it's all on it.
The Carmilla is just It wasn't it.
Yeah.
Carmelanya jadi belum.
We've seen him before, but you're down 3,000 gold. And I think all he had was what, cursed helm and another half item basically at this point. I mean, that is not where you want to be. I'm sure this one, once again, is probably, I don't think it's going to be an ending push here with this Lord, despite being up this much, but because they can still relatively clear out these waves, they can still hold on, but they might lose all the base turrets, especially since the shields were worked on, and ONIC got all these waves lined up. Start approaching the base here.
Yeah. The last time this happened though, BTR were able to find something, so you gotta be careful if you're ONIC.
Another airstrike getting thrown down. Golden hour already used too. They're gonna clear out that Lord. It's nearly taken down at this mid turret. They're gonna jump in with the shadow kills. I thought Kyrie was gonna use it. He holds on to it. So still, the Lord is cleared out. Now this bottom wave pushing forward. Bigetron, this is what we were talking about. This lineup allows them to clear these waves. And this whole time, this is the thing. Moreno's getting stacks here. Once again, they got to press on this turret. A feathered airstrike dropped down. They're holding on, though. Clear out the waves.
Okay. Not too bad at all, not too shabby at all for BTR, but they do lose their mid lane turret, which is going to be annoying for them to deal with. And now there is going to be the purple buff take.
BTR sedang mencoba membongkar juga nih cara comebacknya gimana.
90 seconds. That's another important milestone here for ONIC that they have to really be careful about, because not only were these moments the turning points in the previous games, but also it is a point where you're gonna see whether or not you can actually take out the Sicilian, because Sicilian eventually will be a problem. Right now it isn't, but eventually it will.
It's going to go ahead and throw Shogun down really low. Can't escape, and now trapped in the golden hour. Finn circling Eagle. The rest of the team taking the shadow kill here too. They're trying to get back to the base. Oh! Keyboy jumping forward. Moreno's still going to be able to survive because of the health. And now Trouble Kyrie will just go ahead and grab this one. It might take him a little bit longer, but Finn knows it. He's gone. And now the rest of the team of ONIC in this base with a wave pushing in. They've got the full force. Kyrie might not even need to be here for this, but they're going to do what they can. BTR on the defense, trying to clear out the waves. Daytona's welcome. Going to be used. Winter Crown. There's the feathered airstrike. They take out Nile. Lootby's in trouble, though. He does fall as Shogun's able to get it. The shadow kill is already going to be used. Now they have to heal up, but they're looking for more. They have this there, and they're going to go for Emon. They're going to lock down on the crystal. They've got a wave. A cannon minion for BTR. Will still be able to defend.
They hang on. They use the golden hour, I guess, to stop any kind of progression coming out from BTR, but I guess they just are aiming to get this Lord for themselves, which they will, freely. Style. They have inflated their own lead by about 13,000 now. 13,000 gold. And there still is a chip on their shoulder. Because of whatever happened in games number 1 and 2, you cannot be complacent if you are ONIC. But you have a titanic lead now, though, with 2 turrets also down in the middle. So there's a lot that they can work with. Naisu, would you feel like there is still an angle where BTR eventually wins in this game?
Oh man, that's so. I feel like that answer lies on if Moreno can stay alive. And Emma, I mean, even for Emon, you know, he's kind of had a really tough game, honestly. Moreno's going to go ahead and try to clear this wave. Shogun will go ahead and tank this up, but this is an opening for ONIC to go ahead and take. Consecration's already going to be popped too. They displace him a bit. Feather airstrike going to be dropped down, and Moreno still going to be alive. Takes a couple shots from Kelra, but they're going to clear out the Lord. And now Shogun falls. The front line is gone. Emon doing what he can, guiding wins on out, but they clear out the wave again. And now BTR, they got to clear out this canyon and the wave in mid, but ONIC eyeing the base, eyeing the crystal here. They want to go for it. They're going to go in, just a last-ditch effort, trying to stay in as Finn is gone, and now it's too long for Shogun to be up, so a feathered airstrike's dropped down. Emon is working on what he can, but the crystal's going to go to ONIC anyway. Finally, ONIC makes it a series.
Ternyata ONIC berhasil mencuri 1 game ya guys ya. game. Gak ada BTR nge-troll itu anjir. Kasih 1 game aja ONIC piala kasih ke BTR aja langsung gak gitu ya Akan. Bang Randy BTR nge-troll nggak? Dede Supardi seru dong kan, bener seru coy. Ini stratsnya keluar semua kalau gini guys. Itu kan malu lah masa mantan juara kalah 3-0 pucat. Gak gitu dong, gak gitu. Ayang Kazia, welcome ya. Dasar bol, astagfirullah Jelia Kapri pasti bahasa aneh nih guys. Ini ke translate tuh. Kan. Udah lah, nggak usah dibaca guys. Saya harapannya tidak bisa. Astagfirullah. Wait, chill bro. We have to see what they will do. We just can supporting by pray for them. Kan bodoh BTR pick kita nggak ada cok. Sabar ya Bang Sosi you like. Go ONIC, let's go ONIC, yay, ONIC dapat 1 game. Jangan kecewa gitu lah di para BTR nih guys. ONIC memang pasti dapat menang nih. Ini masih ada kemungkinan reverse di awal, tapi bukan berarti pasti ya. Comeback nih kayaknya ONIC, iya. Reverse sweep itu ada kemungkinannya, bukan pasti ya, tapi ada kemungkinan. Masalahnya yang kalian lawan nih ONIC guys, bukan kelengkeng nih. Yang belum like bantu like dulu ya. Views, gokil kalian guys. Akankah tembus 100.000 views guys? Masa sih nggak mungkin sih kayaknya. Nggak mungkin sih lah, kalian mana bisa guys tembus 100.000 views guys. Bang aneh ya, ditinggal bentar menang ONIC. Mungkin nggak boleh nonton kali ya. Iya kayaknya nerfnya di lu bang. Diangkat jadi moderator lo jadi kena ONIC, jadi kena nerf itu. Bang Deamil kenapa bisa jadi moderator? Dia dari kemarin nontonin kita di sini guys, temenin kita sampai beres terus. Kurang loyal apa ya guys? Biasanya seminggu sih ya kalau FPL, nanti Gotf karena Gotf-nya udah mau selesai. Ini 3 hari ini, dari awal ya kalau nggak salah. Deamil dari hari sih? Hari Rabu ya? Ini sampai game berapa? Sampai 5 game kalau misalkan 22 5 soalnya. Deamil lu dari hari apa bang? Gue lupa aja, hari Selasa ya? Dari awal kan nonton di sini atau hari Rabu ya? Gue lupa deh, Deamil dari awal banget. Dia nemenin kita sampai beres terus. Makanya hadiah dari gue gak bisa ngasih hadiah apa-apa, ngasih jadi moderator aja. Jadi yang mau jadi moderator di channel ini cukup tunjukkan loyalitasnya aja guys. Nontonnya di sini, ngebulinya di sini, komennya di sini, nge-like-nya di sini. Tuh guys. thank you ya ini yang udah mampir ya. Nah, ini hampir 65.000 views ya lo. Respect buat kalian semua guys. Semoga rezeki kalian ganti sama yang lebih besar ya guys ya. Terus kalian berkah selalu hidupnya, lancar selalu rezekinya ya guys ya. Dimudahkan segala urusannya guys. Amin. Dibilang juga di comeback itu loh. ONIC ini masalahnya nih ya. Logikanya guys ya. Dulu waktu di M Series gue inget banget. M Series game pertama kalau nggak salah lawan apa ya? Yang Tigrealnya Kibo itu bikin comeback itu gila banget guys. Itu udah kalah jauh anjing 10.000 coy kalahnya. Lawan Falcon sama TLPH ya? Apa P-Brand dulu ya? Lupa. M berapa ya? M5 kah? Pokoknya tuh ONIC di atas angin banget anjing. Lagi ngeri-ngerinya M5 kan kalau nggak salah. ONIC ngeri sampai sekarang sih. Cuma maksudnya itu puncak mereka gitu, prime-nya mereka tuh di situ. Sampai M Series tuh Grand Final kan. Kalian gak akan mungkin bisa tembusin 100.000 views sih kayaknya guys. Soalnya udah game 2 game lagi sih bisa sih ya. Bisa gak ya tembus 100.000 views guys? Ya lo sih kalau sampai tembus 100.000 views sih ngeri banget sih guys. Gue bakal semangat banget sih aja nge-streamnya. Besok gue stream lagi guys, MDL gue stream guys. Kayaknya kayak MDL kita off boy. Soalnya ke hari gawe, hari Senin lagi. Itu kalau hari gawe suka capek coy sampai rumah aja. Kalau hari ini Sabtu Minggu kan aman ya, Sabtu Minggu kan gue libur ya. Lagunya enak gak guys? Kasih saran dong. Ini kita kurang apa ini? Biar kalian tuh makin nyaman gitu nontonnya guys. Ya buat kalian yang membership ya guys ya, kita ada konten untuk game horror guys ya. Buat kalian yang mau nonton game horror gua tuh ada di membership ya. Jadi yang mau nonton silahkan membership ya guys. Ada tuh konten. Terus selain konten kalian ada yang khusus membership juga ada emoji guys ya. Kalian itu dapat keuntungan lebih. Berharap lihat game coach BTR lagi. Iya ya tadi ya. Kalau game tadi ya. Lihat gamenya karena bawa Cecilian. Cecil sama apa tadi tuh? Sama Harit ya? Bukan Harit coy. Tadi apa FM-nya ya? Lupa lagi. Tadi FM-nya apa guys? Buat kalian yang membership ya itu tadi keuntungannya. Jadi kalau kalian mau membership silahkan langsung membership aja guys. BO berapa ini bang? BO 5. Yakin Onik comeback? Iya, bisa aja ini. Bang Pari Raditya welcome ya. BO 5 bang. Ini baru game ketiga ya. Game ketiga. Kalau misalkan Onik menang lagi, berarti ya skornya 2 sama. Kalau misalkan BTR menang, BTR juara. Karena BTR udah match point ini. Nah ini nih, zaman ini nih. Onik lagi buat mimpi kalau mau comeback gak gitu lah. Belum tentu ini. BTR, ayo kita mulai. Let's go BTR. Let's go. Let's go. Neymar Junior. Anjay. Are you real Neymar? I almost believe that you are Neymar. BTR akan juara. Mungkin ya, mungkin BTR juga. Tapi gue tuh ya, kalau ngeliat BTR nih, ngeliat secara data BTR sih harus jauh lebih unggul ya sekarang ya. Tadi game 1 game 2 nya bantai-bantai aja. Tapi game 3 tadi kenapa gitu ya? Pikirannya aneh kan? Kayaknya Nailnya kaget dikasih Carmilla guys. Carmilla Cecil. Lurusin pinggang lu bentar ya.
it's just better if we do, because it's likely to go in the hands of Moreno. But I think of what ONIC can do to even out the series is just, again, replicate that team play we saw. They played the same way they did the previous games. Again, they controlled most of the early games throughout the series. It just somehow BTR was able to go ahead and make a comeback and then turn it over on its head, you know, even when they were down in gold. But ONIC in last game, they got a lead, they kept going, they didn't let up. They're still going to ban out the Novaria because that seems to be one of the lucky heroes for BTR. So this is all things they need to do. Fanny is going to be the first pick, though, to go in the hands of Nile. And I think that was one of the main things that they struggled with last game. Nile couldn't be activated, albeit it was a Carmilla, right? I mean, let's be honest. It was kind of a cooked draft, but, you know, this is better.
Yeah. This is totally different, but this time with the Fanny, you are already challenging ONIC for something that is similar. I feel like the way that you do it is the way that you are signaling to ONIC that okay, pick your hero now, Kyrie. Are you gonna let me just run rampant with the Fanny? Your ego can't handle that for sure. Ego draft against me. That's what I'm trying to say here. But ONIC, my God, they get my favorite combo. It's the Paquito and the Bats. Already a very strong start for ONIC.
Yeah, I like this start. They get themselves the Barrett's the Paquito, which, you know, right now, let's just assume this is a Kelra Paquito. I don't see Kyrie wanting to play this against the Fanny, but let's see. What does that say? Nile is better than Kyrie? Is that? Nile's better than Kyrie. We got people warming up in the audience as well for this one. But Matilda and Brody. So they're going to go ahead and snag the Brody here instead of letting that go over to Kelra. But again, I'm assuming Kelra is going to play the Paquito. And then again, Finn will go ahead and grab the Matilda. So Matilda, Brody, Fanny. Yep. This is a powerful first three picks.
For sure,
We've already seen Nile play the Fanny multiple times, but even in the first game, like, he did pretty good with it. So what's the answer here for ONIC?
You pick up you probably want to keep this Paquito flex. So that means that you would want to pick up your mid lane or your roamer now. And when it comes to dealing with the Matilda, I think you're better, as well as the Fanny, you want to pick up the Valentina, but they immediately pick up the Hayabusa. It's like, okay, yeah, the ego challenge worked up against ONIC. This draft, coming out of Fanny, coming out from Nael, it means that Kyrie will not let him have a losing matchup. At least this Hayabusa, you have a fighting chance. Almost always. So this is going to be an interesting battle between two teams. I feel like the Paquito Barrett is just too good, though, as the opener here for ONIC, and it's hard to really contest now if you are BTR.
I like that we'll at least get the, you know, that matchup in the jungle, the Hayabusa and the Fanny. I think that's always really fun to see how the teams make that work, but also just how these two individual junglers move around the map. You know, so far the assassins that they've played have been great, and you know, Carmilla's the only one that really it doesn't fit that profile, but let's forget that, right? Now you get to go ahead and do things on the Fanny that you couldn't do on the Carmilla. And if you get behind on the Fanny, you still at least have an option. I think that's one of the biggest things, whereas in comparison, let's just say with that Carmilla, you fall behind. Literally at one point you had one item. It was a cursed helmet, right? And you just can't do much other than just maybe stun and drop down your cursed blood ultimate. But at least with a Fanny, if you get behind, then let the team handle themselves while you at least put pressure across the map. So it's going to cause a response, and then, you know, Hayabusa can do that. So you might see just a 1v1 assassin in an off lane or something happening while the rest of the team has dealt with each other. You can see the roam options being narrowed down here a little bit further, still respecting that Selena too. So Moreno, is he going to surprise us with a different pick? I think is where we're wondering where we're going, right? Like, because the Sicilian, I don't know if the Sicilian would have been fine in a different instance, like if they didn't have the Carmilla, because we didn't really get to see it hit that power spike.
I think the Sicilian makes in that draft. I think that it has a lot of potential in that draft too. Yeah, I do agree. It's just the Carmilla that was from the jungle role in fact, right? So it's like they're putting themselves in a situation where it's almost it's difficult to win, to be honest. At the same time, if they do win, it looks good. Now, ONIC will close this one out with a Ruby from probably the roam position, which is interesting because it is another role. Definitely that the Ruby can be played in. It's just that teams are veering away from it. They want the scalability of a Ruby to be there. But it's one of those heroes that are always answers to assassins, most importantly against both the Hayabusa as well as the Fanny. So I think this is a generally good pickup for ONIC.
Yeah, I like that because it just gives you ways to go ahead and catch, you know, catch the Fanny, catch the Brody if you can. This Vexana pick, this was banned out a couple games ago. This time it's going to be really good crowd control. The Eternal Guard is great to go ahead and play on. Plus you got the Hylos here now too, so held things up or slowed down ONIC. This is a well-rounded draft, I would say, from Bigetron by Vitality. But I think even if you look at ONIC, they're just lacking some magic damage. So it's like, what is their mid laner to do that? Is it just a Farsa? Is it just going to be a Farsa again? Is there something better for them to fight into? I know Eve has kind of fallen off, but yeah, okay. It's going to be the Farsa. Farsa is the best kind of punch for the damage, you know, like in the magic department, at least, and give you that early skirmish capability here. So I do like what ONIC brought to the table, man. And honestly, I think this could be a 2-2 by the end of this one. You know, obviously, Coach Yeb keeping the players there motivated. They're ready to go. I think they have the momentum. Great draft tier 2. But let's see. Bigetron, they might be able to make something happen with this Fanny, with this very mobile lineup to be able to move around the map.
So I get your sentiments, right? I think that this is more of a standard pickup for some ONIC fans out there. But yeah, for ONIC in general, what you get from this is, I guess, and a lot of ways to approach the game. It's not mid-game centric only, it's not late-game centric only. There's so many ways for them to approach fights. And with this Farsa, where Suns was heating up in the previous game, to allow them to really piggyback off of that. But same can be said for BTR. I think that their lineup is pretty solid in a way that it has a lot of options.
Wah, mati dong.
Kill squad, Shogun! He popped the revitalize, but he is going to eventually go down. And let's what a guiding wind save! Now can he bob and weave? Oh, Shogun tried. First blood. Go in the hands of Luffy. What a move, what a plan, man.
That's interesting. But at the same time, would they achieve anything out of that? Maybe this is the only time that they can do that, you know, and it happens to be in game number 4, so I think it's safe, because if they want to extend the series, then that's really some sort of the early game shenanigans that they really wanted to utilize. And the thing is, they only had to conquer onto Lutpi, so there's not much that they had to do for that.
Kita fansnya BTR kalau Arbain.
It worked. First skill going.
Arbain EN.
Yeah, this is
Bang, suara lu kecil amat. Ini udah gede banget, coy.
And a Hylos, you know,
ini mic-nya udah dikokop
like
ini.
we mentioned in the draft, you usually don't heroes in that those roles. They're gonna go for Lutpi though. Miles up here, but Lutpi's tanky enough. You really can't commit to that. So one of the things is XP expected to be kind of a dead lane, right? It's mostly what they're capable of doing when these turtles come up, especially now that's on their side, to go ahead and have those level 4s. If you think about value, though, who is the better value? The Glorious Pathway ultimate for Hylos or the Daytona's Welcome from Lutpi?
Yeah, it really depends on the situation, I feel like, but generally speaking, most of the situations, I feel like 90 to 10 is at the ultimate coming up from the Daytona's Welcome. Especially with all these top XP laners, I feel like they're so good controlling and piloting this Barrets, and they're very sneaky with it, and I'm just happy to see a lot of good stuff from them.
Halo.
Shogun just laying down his own pathway to death. It felt like on that. Going to be a kill going over. A little bit late to that, but they do find a Kelra. Good pickup and response by BTR, although the turtle went to ONIC.
Bisa nge-100,000 views nggak mungkin sih guys ya.
Actually, because
tapi kayaknya kalau game
ONIC giving away some kills is always bad when it comes to the
Belum
first turtle
tentu.
fight. I feel like kills
Niall.
are more important,
Whoa.
but because of that, oh my God,
Makan, guys.
Keyboy, what a snag! That's the reason why we say the Ruby is somehow a counter to the Fanny.
Yeah, this is going to be trouble. Guiding win. Oh, good usage. Don't run Wolf King. Feathered Airstrike down. Emon bobbing and weaving, using the stun too. He's actually going to be able to survive. Really good usage of his own kit to stay in that Feathered Airstrike. Good play there. But now there's some more pressure. Kyrie's going to be a little bit too late to that, but he is going to take a green camp over. And you can see he's got a lead now, a level ahead of Niall. Niall getting caught in that bush was very detrimental to him, at least for now.
Yeah, I don't want that to happen at all. It's gonna be some movements here coming out from ONIC here in the bottom lane, where you have to now think about Kara, because you're fighting with the other heroes already, right? Luffy's fine, is having a great time. Sans is definitely having a great time. And Kyrie, by extension, is safe. So you're gonna have to think about Kelra now. If you're ONIC, how do you activate this Phygital? It seems like the response is to force some rotations into the first turtle, or in the second turtle, I mean, where it is nearby the Kelra lane.
Okay. So at this point, what do you look for if you're a BTR? You know you had not really a chance in that last turtle, so now you want to go ahead and try to make it happen. Obviously, Shogun, you're going to have to watch where he puts down this glorious pathway, but Luffy is pretty much doing the same thing. So Shogun just doesn't want to get caught into a Daytona's welcome and thrown into the opposing team while the rest of the team isn't ready. So buffs are secured. Kyrie's going to go ahead and make his way. Same thing with Niall. He's got both of his. So they're down to an entire team fight for this one. Actually, Purple's just coming up. Daytona's welcome on Niall as he's thrown out already. Eternal Guard going in and knocking them up, but Moreno is gone. And now without Moreno, this is a tough one. Bigetron is just going to have to give this up. So Turtle should just go over to ONIC. He's going to grab his purple buff and rotate in. Malefic Gun, first item rush for Emon. He needs the range. So ONIC, easy take on this objective.
It took a lot of effort from BTR to be able to find their way into that fight, but in the end it wasn't enough. It was a difficult scenario to be in, I would say. But at the same time, it's proven that ONIC is just a team fighting at that point. And especially because they're equipped in the early stages. This early game comp that they have with the Barretts, with the Phygital, it's just way too good. But this time though, they're just utilizing the Ruby as well as the Farsa just efficiently. Be always a threat, you know? Because if you're BTR, you're always afraid. There could be a bush play that Keyboy can do with the flicker on hand. So up top, Kelra. Oh, he's gonna be able to outplay there. Unbelievable.
Oh, man. I thought the Carmilla was a bad game. Right now for the Fanny, it might be worse. Finn taking the shadow kill here from Kyrie. Circling equal to be used. They're going for Kyrie. They do have the damage to take him out. Emma unable to capitalize on that with the torn apart memory. Good play down here in the bottom lane for BTR.
Oh. Wow. I'm actually surprised like how BTR, well, they're finding ways for sure, but taking down Kyrie is the most important thing at this point because they're stopping the Hayabusa and also allowing for Eman to get the kill. So they achieved so many things out of that play. BTR are now slowly working their way back into this game. It started not so well, but now they are finding a lot of ways.
Oh, they're making a play again. Turtle down, but Keyboy should be able to survive that. Really good response there for ONIC to be there on that engage. Now what we're seeing is Niall trying to kind of recuperate here. It's not that he's down too much in terms of levels, but I wonder what the gold difference is right now. I'm not sure if we can actually ask for a tick to the items to see what the difference is between things, because that's the main thing. There we go. Thank you so much. Now 1.3k between the XP laners, but the jungle's not so bad given how things have gone for Niall. This isn't too bad. 500 gold lead for Kyrie. With this next turtle up, third turtle of the game, they're going to go ahead and work on it. We'll see if they're able to go ahead and secure this one. Niall has to go ahead and approach this turret. It's going to fall though. Talon knocks it down. They're really taking their time to allow Kawa hopefully to get here for this fight. Circling Eagle going to be used. Already the marks knocking forward, but turtle secured by Kyrie. Emon gets a kill. Kelra waiting with the full stack champ stance. He looking for an opening. Nile goes in. He's able to take out one. There wasn't one for Kelra though. Now Kyrie going in with a shadow kill. Kel flicker forward and take out Moreno. So at least something, but it's Kyrie that falls too. So BTR wins the number team fight there.
Wow, this is definitely BTR that they're really good at 5v5s. You can see how well they dance around ONIC. They go in and out, taking advantage of the sustain that they get from the mid lane, from the Roma, and then of course the EXP Hylos with this Revitalize. They were able to out-sustain ONIC once again, and that made it really awkward for Kyrie, the Hayabusa. As we have said many times in this series, it's very awkward for assassins to work around sustain, to work around Matilda as well as, you know, maybe Rafaela. This time Matilda and Talice Hylos. And what ends up happening is that Eman is just able to just stack up, just keep on attacking whoever is in front, who's facing for ONIC. And then with the turn apart memory opens up its windows, Eman is just there to collect.
Yeah, this, it's looking a whole lot like what we saw back in 1 and 2, man. Games 1 and 2, Bigetron by Vitality somehow finds these ways to get themselves back. I mean, again, think what Niall has had to go through. The amount of pressure being caught, you know, by Keyboy on the Ruby and everything else, getting killed by Kelra. But he's still able to go ahead and do this. And now, even if Kelra surprises him, he takes a couple punches, he's not, you know, he's not going to get bursted quickly. So Niall's going to continue to put pressure across the map. ONIC now has to shift their focus for that to make sure that Niall's just not pushing elsewhere, pushing turret down eventually, and able to get real estate across the map. Both junglers doing the same thing here up on the top side now that Lord is spawned.
Gonna be tricky now because every single lead that ONIC was able to build has now been erased. Of course, there's 1,000 lead that ONIC right now has, but it's not as impactful as it should. And again, another good start by ONIC, but one good team fight from BTR was enough for them to turn things around. It's because of the positioning we're seeing from BTR, the sustain that they have, understanding properly what and how this kind of composition works, like what are the ins and outs of a Matilda kind of composition, and how do you utilize it, and how you do you win against assassins with it. ONIC are still the first ones to put themselves in front of the Lord. Vexana down in the bottom lane, not showing him yet. Tricky situation now for ONIC. Lord is at 50.
Okay, might get here in time. They actually delay this Lord take. And Niall's getting his buff, so it's going to reset. So even with that information, they're able to go ahead and handle that wave a bit, at least so it's even. Now Niall and Moreno will be back for this fight. ONIC is respecting the potential setup here that BTR can pull off.
Kyrie has reset his buffs again, one more cycle, double buff, bottom lane being controlled by Kelra. Keyboy is there to help a little bit.
They want to make a play. They want to make a play on Kelra. They're going to drop the Eternal Guard. They get the Terrify off, but oh, they miss a little bit. Kelra's trying to get away. The cable, though. He's 1 HP away. That Eternal Guard quite hurtful, but he's actually going to be able to go back to the base, and now can they get back in time? This is Flying Clouds, so they will be able to travel very quickly. Again, a big factor here is the map that they're currently playing on, the Clouds, being able to bring them back quickly, reposition themselves. So a good attempt by BTR to try to take out Kelra, but it just didn't happen.
Did force out to Kelra, and Moreno will have his flicker first. It seems like they have already started with the Glorious Pathway, but no commitment just yet, even after circling Eagle Dice. It's interesting that BTR wasting some of their ultimates just looking for an ultimate.
They're really just trying to delay ONIC and make them second guess this. One of the strengths, again, of having a Matilda, even ONIC doesn't know if they want to fully commit to these mind games of BTR as the Lord is just dragged back and forth between both squads. Looks like Niall's got something else in mind. He wants to go ahead and take the purple buff. He wanted to see if Kyrie would rotate for it. So he's going to take it away. Win a crown. This could have been also part of the plan, man. Just wait for some of these defensive items to be available to make it happen. They know that this Lord alone could potentially get them to the base turrets of ONIC and vice versa. Loopy, half health, taking some damage here. Shogun as well, he's quite low. They're gonna go for Loopy. Loopy pops it, whoa, pops it, Daytona's welcome, but he was so low, he's gone. They're gonna set it up in the mid lane as Shogun goes next, and Niall's gotta get out of there because he's low. So now it's gonna be a reset. He's gonna go back to base, and ONIC will reset as well.
The pokes of coming out from BTR was enough for Lutpi to be forced to make that play. Albeit good catch coming out from Lutpi, but he was far too low. So when he popped the Daytona's welcome on the right target, the damage was too much for him to handle. He was taken out. And Keyboy had to pop the flicker just to salvage that fight. So it's an XP for XP trade-off. But flickers, battle spells, I mean, gonna be more available for BTR in just quite a while, so ONIC really has to delay this for themselves.
Oh, huge eternal guard dropped down, and Kyrie goes down too. It's a double for Niall. They knew that Kelra was down to the bottom wave, and they set it up, and now in the mid lane, they're going Kelra. He's got stacks, he's got some shields, but it's all against the world. And Loopy, left to his own devices, that's gonna be a Lord for BTR.
Oh my god, Moreno! The problem for ONIC for the longest time, and showing no signs of stopping. And now, look at them knock into the front door.
They just want to take this turret out. They're going to be back up here. BTR knows it. They're happy with the base turret for now. They still have the Lord to go ahead and spawn and start marching forward. But man, oh man, what a setup from BTR. Taking a look here, Wolf, you see what they've got available. I mean, even the brute force breastplate now for Niall is why it's so difficult to actually burst him down, you know, to kill him down. And even enough to kind of work around just how does ONIC play the long game here? The long map is what they're dealing with. And that moment of Kelra being on the bottom side made this happen. Now they're going for the bottom turret. They still got to deal with the Lord here. They're going to go ahead and try to clear out the last cannon minion. Kelra will be able to do that. So they maintain the base bottom turret. Tier 2's all down. ONIC sees BTR knocking at championship point for this one. But they'll clear out the waves and they manage it well as Lord goes down too.
Morena's just playing out of his mind in this whole grand final. Even in the game that they've lost. Still Moreno playing so well, and this game, he is a problem for ONIC.
They just want this base turret, little fake out here. Glorious pathway drop down, Eternal Guard, they're going for Keyboy. He's quite low, picks up the immortality. He's gonna be fine, and BTR, they take the discipline route to back off. They got 2 base turrets off that Lord, and now ONIC gets another chance to go ahead and reset and not let that happen again.
It's really, really dicey spot here for ONIC. You know what's one thing that's fortunate for them is that the Lord will spawn onto short lane, where their short lane is the side that was pushed up, and their long lane, they still kept their turret intact in that lane, so they still have a fighting chance. But now we've reached critical mass for BTR. The Fanny has been a problem, and now a full problem with this brute force breastplate, so that there is additional anti-CC that you get. So that means that the small amount of crowd control that they have with the Ruby is definitely not going to be enough anymore, and he is also tankier, so gotta be careful about that, mindful about that. ONIC also does not have a marksman, so at this point in the game, do so much with the Phygital. You will need the help of your teammates, which means that a 5-man wipe coming out from ONIC is difficult to pull off. You really have to slowly trickle down BTR if you want to score that. So everything is just difficult now for ONIC.
It's crazy how, again, the story happens. It looks like they're going for a sandwich play to cut off Loopy. He has no stacks. He could be in trouble. Pops the flicker. They're going to go and crash down him. Eternal Guard again, and Loopy is gone. Without the stacks of Feathered Airstrike, he's going to be stunned by Shogun. Good play. Emon still alive as Kelra gets down. But again, the stun comes through as Keyboy falls. And now Kelra on the run low. A quarter of the health. They're going to chase him down. He has the shields, though. So he's going to be fine, but they got a wave to deal with. Down bot and BTR without Nile, though. I don't think they can get much more, even though they're in the base here, unless ONIC decides to go ahead and go for a defense. They're going to try to make something happen. Glorious pathway dropped down. Finn goes in. Do they want to lock onto the base here? They're trying to delay this as much as they can. But again, combos come through. Kelra picks up an immortality, but he's going to be in trouble and taken down by Emon. And Moreno goes in with the flicker. It's a double for Emon. The setup from the Maestro, a triple. And they're looking to end it here. Can he get the Maniac? They don't even need it. They're going to go for it and then the base. And there you go. Bigetron by Vitality. They want to go for more. They want the Savage, but they don't care. They'll take the championship from ONIC here.
Denied of a back-to-back championship run. Not only in this tournament, but also in a tournament prior to this. BTR has got ONIC's number. The members of BTR are just way better at the game when it's the grand final up against ONIC Indonesia. The champions, unfortunately for ONIC, they have not been losing up until this point. It was almost a perfect run for them here at the Games of the Future. But when they went up against BTR, the tides have changed. BTR are just on a different planet, on a different playing field. All of the games ONIC led in the early stages, but eventually were able to pull it back to their side.
Man, Emon, E-Man, the man, Batman, like whatever you want to call him. I mean, Bigetron, bye-bye. They've got the flag there. They've got the championship. They got the trophy in front of them, Wolf. And as a team, I mean, just phenomenal. MLBB, once again, to be able to make this happen. The Maestro and everyone else. Nile, this as a team.
Salah coy kita. Nah. Thank you 1,4K ini guys. Gelo. Siapa MVP-nya guys? Nggak ada MVP-nya ya? Nggak ada guys tuh. Nggak ada MVP-nya ini guys. Pialanya ringan amat kayaknya ya. Apa ya ada ONIC gak gitu dong. Besok kira tuker pacol. Kenapa kira tuker pacol aja? Ada orang jamba iklan. Piala cair. Moreno kamu bapu ya buat kaca apa tuh? Ngomong apa kau di cup ya? Kira 70k views kah? 70k views kah? Saatnya sampai di babak final, rasanya sungguh konyol. Gelo GG BTR ya. Gelo BTR by Vitality ya guys ya. Ya emang banget ini. PH bang. Oh bahasa PH. Pokoknya ONIC besok lagi. Kenapa kau nih marah-marah mulu nih Bang Asep? Bang Fadli ini kenapa? Jelek pialanya mending MSC nggak gitu. Itu piala kecil tapi hadiahnya coy $300.000 anjing itu juara 1. Kemarin MSC juara mana? Juaranya TS Team Spirit. $1 juta aja itu cair. 70k views dulu nggak sih guys? Lagu guys 400 lagi guys. Bisa gak sih guys? 400 views lagi guys. Mending AE kemarin ada samurainya. Ada samurainya aja. ONIC berak batu dulu. Jadi juaranya di mana dong? Itu ONIC tuh udah kebanyakan pialanya itu. Juara lagi dong ONIC-nya. Enggak. Jadi bacain guys, guys. Ya guys, kalian jangan gitu guys. Tolonglah guys, support gitu loh guys. Support each other guys. Itu ONIC sudah melakukan yang terbaik gitu. Kemarin mereka juara 3, kalian gak puji-puji ya kambing. Thank you bang roomnya, biar banyak nyamuk tapi adem. Thank you banyak nyamuk. Iya tadi obat nyamuknya guys. Gak dihidupin, sorry guys. Gak bakar obat nyamuk tadi guys, sorry ya. Thank you ya, Thank you bang Siti Suheva ya. Nanti besok MDL nonton ya. MDL guys. Kita ramaikan MDL Indonesia guys. Oke ya, congratulations buat BTR ya guys. Tuh nggak ada finals MVP kayaknya. Kenapa bang? Kok nggak ada meriah? Kok nggak ada meriah kali? Kayaknya ya. Karena kan ini konsepnya kayak MSC kemarin ya. Jadi banyak turnamen gitu loh guys. Ya MLBB ini salah satunya doang. Jadi ada kayak game sebelah, game lain pun ada, kayak futsal, terus MMA-nya ada juga ini. Jadi nggak fokus di satu. Kayaknya nanti penutupannya buat semua bareng-bareng guys. Yang meriahnya tuh pas nanti bareng-bareng semua. Kayaknya ya kayak MSC nih. Udah boleh pamit belum? Udah boleh guys yang mau pamit thank you ya guys ya udah mampir di sini. Semoga rezeki kalian keganti sama yang besar ya guys ya. Berkah selalu hidup kalian. Terima kasih. Kita masih ngobrol-ngobrol dulu dah. Kita masih penasaran nungguin MVP-nya. 69.914 gelo, respect guys. 70k views kah? 70k views kah? Tembus kah? Mic. Iya ini mic-nya udah masuk ini. Halo. Kecil kah mic-nya? Thank you Bang, izin makan dulu. Thank you Bang Res ya. Seluruh moderator yang bertugas, thank you. Bang, Amel ada enggak Bang? Amel. D.amel namanya guys. Kecil mic ini tolong dong, ini ada Saweria, ini ada Sosiabas, nggak ada yang mau ngisi buat beli mic kah? Kita palakin guys. Aturan mah tadi kesempatan kalian loh buat udah harus ganti mic. Iya ya. Gila 70.000 views. Respect teman-teman. Cair. Beras. Nyari beras di Gotf guys. Beras. Harus ganti mic ya? Iya ya. Kayaknya rakit PC dulu gak sih guys? Masalahnya kita mau rakit PC nih ya. Viewsnya nggak ada, baru ada sekarang nih. 70.000 guys. Alhamdulillah nih guys. Thank you ya guys ya. 70.000 views hari ini guys. Tembusin gak sih 100.000 views gak sih? Ada turnamen lain gak? Langsung saja sure nggak ada gitu mas Bri, nggak ada. Ya loh, kita sampai nggak percaya gini guys, kita speechless melihat views kita sampai 1410. Siapa yang kira-kira MVP? Kalau di sini gue lihat Moreno, kalau nggak Nail, kalau nggak Eman, itu sih. MVP bang, ya ini bentar. MVP BG, bentar ya. Ini lagi ditunggu ini. Ada musiknya nggak ya? Kita ada musiknya guys kalau kita nyalain ini. Ada musiknya. Kita nggak bisa nyalain coy. Kena copyright nanti YouTube kita. Kalian kedenger gak suara itunya, suara casternya? Udah kan? Bentar nih, MVP-nya nih. Berapa skor? 3-1. BTR menang bang. Devan Anggara. Gila 5 jam 41 menit kita sudah stream guys. Triple kill. Gila ya. Ini kalau kita juara kayak gitu, apa ya feel-nya ya? Feel-nya kayak gimana ya perasaan kita ketika juara gitu. Item. Mathildanya foto, buku, Blood Wings, Winter, sama Immortal ya itu terakhirnya. Oh Ruby bisa jadi ROM lagi sekarang ya? Iman anjing.
Back here and being congratulations for the being a champion here. What an incredible game! What an incredible series! How are you feeling?
Oh, I feel so happy because it's our first international trophy in Bigetron. So I'm so happy. Yeah.
That's a very big milestone that we are talking about. The first international trophy. Great congratulations. Great teamwork.
First and foremost, man, be honest with you. Like, people, everybody could tell that was a rough games all along throughout the bracket, throughout everything. I mean, you guys were one step down to Pro Esports. You guys were one step down other Aurora, and we're always coming back forward. And then you're playing against the title defenders. You guys are playing champions of the previous year.
Yeah.
Nobody have ever won them a single match, but you pull it 3.
I guess we already know how they play because we're playing in the same country, right? So yeah, that's it. We know how they play, and then we're just connect to each other, and then we can crush them. Yeah.
Wonderful. One question: you were coming up against for the Grand Finals against ONIC, and ONIC has been reigning without one in the whole tournament. You were gonna face a team which hasn't lost any game at all. What was the feeling just before the whole final started?
Oh, I feel so excited because I see their bracket. Their enemy is super good also. So yeah, I enjoyed play with them. Yeah.
And do you realize that you are the only team that beat ONIC in the whole tournament and grabbed the crown from them as well?
Oh yeah, I guess that this night we're better against them.
Of course, of course.
I mean, honestly, like, you guys had incredible performance by picking Novaria, and you were also playing as surprising people yesterday with your Mia, right? And now we see Moreno playing the hero of Novaria four times consecutive. I'm sure you guys knew that eventually it's gonna get banned, and you guys were prepared, and you guys prepared well. I mean, what an outstanding performance for you guys. I can't thank you much, and I mean, just honestly, congratulations, man.
Thank you so much.
And do you have anything to say to ONIC since now you have taken the crown?
For ONIC, thank you so much for giving us a good fight, and also for the fans out here who came to support us and ONIC also. Yeah, nice game.
Great, great.
Was definitely a nice experience. I mean, whole crowd were cheering you. Whole crowd were cheering team of ONIC, and everything were just amazing, and it was just phenomenal. We see here MVP here, Iman, 75% of kill participation, KDA 606, Finn the other who has been with 100% of kill participation all the time, making sure the team is always getting those enough kills. He's being always there, and we have another surprising guest here, the other player. You can put your trophy down and
look at that.
hey, let's go. Once again, congratulations on your victory.
Thank you so much,
Rahmet. Very pleased to experience with you guys, and I mean, you know, I've just said to Iman, you guys won a team who has never lost an entire map, not a series, a map. And how you guys are doing and everything.
Actually, we didn't expect to become champion in this tournament because for us, it's preparation for next tournament, for our MPL ID. So yeah, I guess this is just a bonus for us.
I mean, I think the whole team, they were like taking roles for every single, whenever you went to the first game and then the second game. I mean, Nana, you did great in that map as well. And then finally, this is here. Come on, look at that.
Yeah,
how good does that feel?
Of course, it feels great, but for me, I'm not satisfied because we have so many to come, like MPL ID, and we need to catch the international slot again for a make. So we need to fight again.
Of course, that's a hunger for the player.
You know, Nail, I have a question to you.
Yeah.
I was saying to Iman the other just now, you guys had the rough, hard start with on the bracket. You guys were one step getting close to eliminated from Pro Esports, from Pro Aurora, and now you guys were winning a team who has first the title defending champions. The second, nobody won a single series, not a single series, a single map from them. And how does it feel, man? It's your first victory. What do you feel right now?
Because of defeating them?
Defeating them and the hard situation that you guys experienced all along.
All right. For us, it doesn't matter as long as we are not eliminated yet. We still fight for it. Like even it's 1-2 or even if we lose 2-0 in this grand finals, we didn't care. We only care about the per game, step by step. That
feels
great.
That's really professional. I would say you looking at that, it's really amazing. And another question, since you're the first time visiting us, first we got Shogun before. So what do you? This is your first time in Kazakhstan, right? I assume.
Yeah.
How's the Kazakhstan for you? Tell us a little bit more about Kazakhstan, the food, the culture, everything.
We are so happy to first time we eat the food because we have the same taste, I think, in Indonesia because it's good actually, and especially the coffee, and then we like the night also because at night it was so cold and it was like we love this.
You love this? That's good to hear. I mean, and
one more question. Yeah.
One more question.
I have.
Go ahead.
Yeah. If it was not ONIC that you're facing in the finals, which other team would you want to face in the grand finals?
Of course, our best friend Aurora Turkey. But we meet in semifinals. Yes. Unfortunately.
Right. Of course. I mean, great performance.
I mean, you guys earned your slot to be here at the grand finals, beating Aurora. So to be fair, that was very well earned. I would put it that way. My further question was a little bit outside. How to be the same as you guys? You guys are winning champions. You guys had the hard situation, and how to be a good player just like you?
I think because we have a great coach also, and they told us just to lost at previous tournament in Paris, and of course it's hard. It's so hard for us because we expect to become champion that tournament. But yeah, I think we pay in this tournament.
Of course. One final thing before we let you go. What would you like to see for whoever is watching? Your friends are watching, your family is watching for sure. Your opponents' fans are watching. What would you like to say to them? Go ahead.
Can I speak in Bahasa?
Of course, go ahead.
Say in Bahasa, in all language that you feel comfortable. Go ahead.
Makasih buat yang udah dukung kita, makasih udah buat dukung BTR, yang nggak capek dukung kita walaupun kita kalah WC. Makasih buat saudara, keluarga, dan pacar, dan tentu saja buat Tuhan, makasih. Dan buat yang remen kita, you see, man.
Thank you so much.
We definitely saw that.
I said to them, like, whoever underestimate us, you see, man. Like that.
Oh, that's good. That was ballsy statement. And before we let you go as well, you want to say anything in Tagalog or all the fans in Philippines, all the fans in Indonesia, and throughout all the world? Please take it away.
Sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa amin sa Gotf, patuloy nyo kaming suportahan sa parating na MPL ID Season 18. Thank you so much sa mga nanood, mga pumunta dito. Thank you sa pamilya ko, sa girlfriend ko, and sa coaching staff and organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time. And it was Nanael and Ima from the team Bigetron by Vitality. Thank you once again, guys, for your time.
Congratulations for the win.
And good luck.
Gelo guys. Itu dia wawancaranya, guys. Tuh, dia katanya BTR bilang sorry katanya nggak bisa menang di WC-nya. Tapi ya mungkin kita bisa balas dengan piala ini. Itu guys, jangan kalian bully-bullyin kali itu guys. Itu dia berusaha terus itu. Oke guys, dengan berakhirnya interview kita tadi, berarti berakhir pula kita dengan acara hari ini guys. Besok jangan lupa MDL guys ya. Thank you buat 71.624 views-nya guys. Sumpah guys, ini views terbesar yang pernah gue dapat guys ya. Bahkan peak concurrent view-nya bisa sampai 1.400. Thank you buat kalian semua ya udah bantuin gue di channel ini guys. Udah bantuin ngegedein cair koet. Iya itu cair koet. Anjing kita ke distract gara-gara cair koet Bang Khairul Hakim. Iya itu 315 ribu dolar itu masa nggak cair itu? 5M lebih ya itu ya? 5M lebih ya itu ya? Jadi thank you banget ya buat kalian yang udah nonton ya guys ya, yang udah stream bareng. Thank you ya semua. Anjing ini moderator baru gawe nih satu nih. Piring apa yang rame? Piring apa tuh? Thank you guys buat yang udah nonton di sini, yang udah like. Jangan lupa nanti like-nya disimpan terus ya guys ya. Like itu terus 40. Rame coy. Gelo, respect. Clap lu guys, clap. Piringatan BTR menang ya. Piringatan BTR menang. GG bang. Oke, thank you guys ya yang udah nonton, yang udah nge-stream bareng hari ini, yang udah nobar di sini. Jangan lupa besok kita ada MDL ya guys ya. Kita pokoknya bulan ini kita mulai full stream lagi. Ya, mulai full lagi di stream. Kita udah daftar untuk MPL ID udah. Mungkin kalau PH kita nggak tahu ya, karena takutnya nggak cocok jadwalnya guys. Tidur nyenyak itu loh 315 ribu dolar. Mahal banget itu coy. Thank you guys ya yang udah nonton sini, yang udah nobar. See you next stream guys. Bye bye. Makasih lagi sebelumnya buat yang udah nonton di sini. Buat semoga kalian dilancarkan terus usahanya, rezekinya kalian bisa banyak besar ya guys ya. Sehatkan selalu ya guys, dilancarkan semua usahanya. Amin. Guys, see you next stream ya guys ya. Izin keluar dulu bang, besok kerja. Thank you bang Arbain En. Besok nonton lagi ya MDL di sini. Thank you bang Arbain. See you guys next stream guys. Bye bye.